Let it.
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision. Then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
Let it
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision. Then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
Let it.
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision. Then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
Let it.
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards.
Hey yo, what's up? Good evening, South Asia. Welcome to the PMNC South Asia Playoffs, where the region's best PUBG Mobile teams, of course, battle it out for supremacy. My name is Red Queen, together with Torix, and we will be your casters, serving you the juiciest chicken dinner there is here.
Thank you so much, first of all, Red Queen, for the wonderful welcome. And yes, we are back once again with the PMNC this time around at the National Championship South Asia Spring 2025, ladies and gentlemen. This is the start. This is the beginning for all the action that is about to occur throughout the year, as this is the one first step that the teams are going to take into the 2025 of the esports challenges and everything. But yes, this is the playoffs, first of all. And during the playoffs, we do know some teams have a decent chance of securing their positions into the grand finals. We might see some old names, and we might see some new ones on top of that as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited, of course, at how well these teams are going to perform for us this evening. It's going to be the usual format wherein we're going to see them play it out all through 6 matches for today. I do know some of the big names we have here inside the lobby, and I'm curious to see about the some of the dark horses, so to speak. I know that you guys have seen the showdown that happened not too long ago. I'm pretty sure you've watched it as well, Torix, the PMGO. What can you say about the PMGO?
It was like a new introduction for some of the new mechanics for the games, I would say, most of all.
Yes.
But yeah, the teams, the way that they performed, even some new names into that. Oh, it was a juicy one. It was a really amazing start. And I would say I'm kind of excited for even the PMNC South Asia to like have that same kind of juiciness for that. But going into the total format, we started with PMNC Nepal, from which 12 top teams made their name into the online playoffs. Then we have PMNC Maldives, out of which only 4 got into the online playoffs as well. And last but not the least, it was the South Asia wild card. Once again, it is the 4, so it was a 12-4-4, out of which now these 20 teams will be playing against each other for the next 3 days, or maybe it's 4, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, that's 4. Sorry, I had to count a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, but yes, 4 days of action. That's going to be of the online playoffs, and from which we will be moving into the PMNC South Asia, the grand finals, on the 25th of April.
I'm already excited. And you're right. You know what? This tournament features, of course, 20 teams from across South Asia, including squads from Nepal, Maldives, and the South Asia wild card. Teams are definitely divided into 5 groups here, which we'll be seeing later on in just a while. And of course, each team will be playing 16 matches during the playoffs. And just so you know how much moolah these teams are, of course, fighting for, it's a total of 10,000 US dollars.
That is a big amount, considering this is just the start of the complete year. So 10,000 right now for this playoffs. It is the total prize pool, I would say, but we have the first position getting a US dollar of 2,500. Second position gets a 1,500. That's still a decent amount, more than 1,000. Third place also get 1,000. So if you're in the top 3, you're good to go. Then on the 4th place, the hides get a little bit down. We have 800, 5th place gets 7, 6th place gets 6, 7 for 500, 8 for 400, 9 to 16 all the way up. You could see the prize pool distribution over there, but the participating teams, the teams that we all wanted to know, which are the names, what are the names? 12 from the Nepal, 4 from Maldives, and 4 from the PMNC South Asia wildcard right now on our stream.
I'm just looking at the teams here, and of course, there are some of those that really stand out. I mean, we have to also mention like DRS. We got Train to Kill, from Nepal, who's always been known for their strategic gameplay. We also got Mystic Destiny and LOD Nexus from the South Asia wildcard, bringing the intense competition for today's battle. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. The prize pool is $10,000 Torix, with the top 2 teams earning slots in the PUBG Mobile Super League Central and South Asia Spring. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Oh my
it's
goodness!
Not just about the prize pool. It is that too.
Oh man! So we just know that the stakes are huge, of course, and securing a spot in the GrandFinals means, of course, getting one step closer to the ultimate prize, which is, of course, glory, fame, and a shot at entering the PUBG Mobile Super League. And of course, the map schedule, this is how it's going to go down for this evening. We're going to kick things off in Erangel, followed by a Miramar, and then in between, which is of course a little unusual for me, we're going to have the battle in Sandhawk. So that's the juicy patty right in between that hamburger, right? We're talking about food now.
And you're making me hungry for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, I kind of wanted to see some more action into the Sandhawk, but we're only going to get one of each and on every single day. So that's one thing that the teams do have to specify on how they're going to play their Sandhawks. And depending on that, how they're going to utilize their Erangels and the Miramars accordingly. Because you have the first 2 Erangel and Miramar. The first Erangel and Miramar where you can like test the waters of the day, try to like get accustomed to the fact. Then on the Sandhawk, you can try to like be a little bit on the over aggressive side to see what the other teams are going to do. And from the other point onward, the second half phase of the Erangels and the Miramars, you can like use those knowledge for the previous maps to like accommodate yourself into the second half phase of the game.
All I know is that it's a reset for today. Everyone starts at a clean slate. I know that, this team's participating in the lobby for this evening definitely worked hard, have gone through grueling matches just to make sure they secure a spot here in the playoffs. So I want to see some explosive gameplays. That is what I came for, Torix.
And that you shall get. I have high hopes for this. The teams will be showing us a lot of like those juicy gameplays and all those bang booms, the grenades, the utilities. I need everything in one pack, in one single map, please, for all the teams, because it's not just about the single region that's fighting right now, Andy. It is the 3 different regions. It's the South Asia wildcard, it is the Nepal side, it is the Maldives. These 3 regions are actually going to get against each other, whereas even though I would say Nepal has a higher chance of cementing themselves because of the sheer numbers, but still the other regions, the other areas like Maldives and the South Asia wildcard teams, they will be showing a really amazing start. But here we go. Without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we will be going into our first match of the day, and that is off the Erangel, the one and only. The first match is on its way. We can see the plane line from Zarhi all the way down to the military base island.
The OG map, the bread and butter for most, if not all of the teams that we see here participating tonight. And I do see military base right under the flight path, so I'm curious if we're going to see a circle ending in the military base. Maybe now or eventually, we don't know. We've still got, a couple of the rankles coming in for tonight. And the qualifiers have definitely set the stage here towards for an electrifying playoffs where the top teams from Nepal, Maldives, and South Asia wildcard are stepping up to prove they've got what it takes to survive the next. I mean, names like DRS, VE, NRC Esports, and of course a Train to Kill will surely bring their signature styles. And speaking of signature styles, well, the Circle have gone to the Far East. We have like 20% water there, but I think it's okay. But as for ASC, man, Zio is kind of popping off right now.
Ouch. Team OPZ already lost one of their crucial player. Team AEROMACY, ASC, they did do a really good start, I would say. Team RLX as well. But here we go, T2K, as they've already lost one of their own players as well in this Severny tussle. Now the three players have to do something, either leave the premises or take that fight head on, because the majority of the Severny area is kind of right now in the hands of the team RLX. So taking the fight here might not be a good advantage for you guys, and you might be better off getting away, moving out of this premises, moving out of this area. So that might help you, but here we go. On the other side, in the hospital area, we can see AEROMACY official versus the team OPZ. Two players already down. Zero is looting the premises, but Venom, oh my god, this can be crucial. This can be crucial. Venom could have had that first second elimination for his team, and the second for his name as well. But here we go. Zeo is going to be the one that's going to take Mosh down, and in return, OPZ down to the very last guy. This is not looking good for the team OPZ, and in a short while, we might see our first full confirmation of the team.
Well, it's a good thing for AEROMACY official. I mean, Zayo already with 2 points here in his pocket, definitely doing great here. But as for the other team, man, they will have to come back strong in the second match. But anyway, we've got TrueLove T2K, as you all saw just a while ago. Ignis was the first one to take a hit, and now he is back in the lobby. But I'm pretty sure he's still staying in the communications just to make sure that the rest of the team here will make it through the this first clash down here at Severny. 3 is still a doable number, but we can see that they've already knocked down at least one player from RLX from the opposition side. So TrueLove is now making his way to another angle here to see if he can be successful at bagging a point.
But look at Agile. Making the fight on an equilibrium term is a really great advantage right now, and judging from the point of view of the Severny region, look at the team RLX. There's only one guy. Thabs is the only guy that is actually into the city. I don't know where the rest of the team RLX is. We don't know there, but here we go. We saw them, a glimpse of them into the very back, getting their cars into the area. But this can be crucial. This can be detrimental for them, because T2K, they have a clear advantage, clear vision against them, and the players could have been taken out of their own cars. But no, the players saves themselves, and right now it is a 3 versus 3. Once again, RLX versus T2K.
All right, let's see. Standoff is definitely happening between these two teams. T2K needs to be a little careful, though, because Dill right here has a pretty good angle to begin with. Jaya is pretty low in HP, but he is the one pretty close with another player here. We're not seeing any hard push just yet, although I am definitely seeing some sort of like an exchange of nades coming from both of the teams here. But then again, I'm like, both of the teams are maybe gauging the situation, and nobody wants to make mistake, at an early onset.
That is true. Nobody wants to make a mistake, especially at this point. Come on. You don't want to make any kind of, even the slightest mistake that might be crucial for your survival. But oh my god, did you see that? First, it was OG to TrueLove, then TrueLove to Ajaya. That first aid kit, a transferation? I don't know exact word, but those throws of that first aid kit was on the next level. This is what you call you shall be served whatever you need at this point, sire. But RLX, T2K, the fight might not ensue for maybe a little bit longer, as both of the teams are just waiting for the opportunity that other team might provide them. The other team might be overstepping first, but nobody's going to do that. Nobody's going to do that. But
Nope.
Adela, come on. No, you're not supposed to do that. OG has an exact angle on you, and if you show your face even the slightest bit, that might be your demise.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna pop your head, I'm telling you. But this is a drop clash, so I do understand why some of the players still doesn't have enough resources to begin with. We've seen Ajaya just moments ago is pretty low in HP, and since the current situation right now coming from T2K and RLX, nobody wants to make a move just yet. But I think this is it. This is what we have been waiting for. Oh, this is some hard parkour coming from RLX.
That is true. That is true. That is some hard parkour. But here we go. The player survived. Not only survived, but an instant confirmation on a Jaya. Oh my goodness. Tabs, you beauty. Just look at that HP on how low he survived. He's basically almost dead. But here we have him, still alive and kicking into the game. Dilla also made his entry into this region of Severny City. And now it is a 3 versus 2, but no, don't overstep. Do not overstep, no matter what you do, no matter how overconfident you are, because this is still T2K. This is still those giants that can take you guys down. So one wrong move, and it can be all over for you guys as well. But I'm looking at T2K, and I don't see any kind of first aid on them. Only the bandages, 2 for OG and 5 bandages on him. But the other guy, True Love, he only has 20 bandages, and that's not going to help you in the longer run. You still have to go 1,500 meters inside of that circle, whereas if it's that distance is actually going to increase.
That was a beautiful nade coming from RLX, though. You know, it's like, you know, the nade came from downtown. He shoots his shot and was able to take out another player from T2K. Now, I just want to point it out. Don't know exactly what has happened with T2K Esports. I mean, I've seen their run during PMGO, and it's not exactly, say, the kind of T2K we know them to be. And seeing what is happening right now up against RLX Esports, pretty sure they haven't gotten the rhythm down just yet. You know, it's too early to say, it's too early to call them out just yet. But I do hope a better performance coming from T2K, coming back in for the second round or in the coming rounds for tonight's matches. Now, just to give you guys an update about the team's location. Again, the circle is on the eastern side. There's still quite a number of teams that will be coming from the outskirts. I mean, we've got another a team here who will be coming from as far as Jorgapul area.
That is true. So far, it's like almost 40%, I'd say, for the teams. They're outside of the circle right now, and they need to go inside of that circle as soon as possible. But Team RLX, they disengaged with the fight against the T2K, and now they're moving forward. But VE, E2S, come on. They're right next against the Team NEPX. NEPX have a really great, I'd say, angle against them, and this can be detrimental for the team. Even a slightest mistake at this point, NEPX is actually going to seize that opportunity to take you down.
To be honest, NEPX, all I can say coming from this team is that they have a lot of potential. You know, a lot of people and the audience definitely looking at them. They placed in at 7th during PMGO. It was a dramatic win for them, even though they weren't really at the top. But, you know, to make it out as far as they were able to do so, I'm pretty sure that they have brought pride and joy to Nepal with that kind of performance in PMGO. So I'm interested to see how they're going to handle this situation. Obviously, there's a need for them to flush out the opposition from that house, but how are they going to do that? That is the big question right there.
I would say, yeah, that is a big question, how they're going to like move away from this area and how they're actually going to, if they want to take that fight, will they do it or how they're going to do it? The main question right now is how you're going to survive. And that should be the main question for you guys as well, of all the teams, because this is just the start. Even though you are in the testing water side area, you are testing the waters in this match, you still have to be cautious of not overthrowing your only opportunities in the first half of testing the waters against the teams by just getting eliminated early on. So whatever you do, do not overstep. SPE, Team RG, each one of these teams has lost one of their players, but there we go. Team SPE, they got one of their player fully eliminated. RG is still on the side where the player can be revived. He might be able to get that revived, but MTD Twisted, Mystic, Guild? I'm not sure if I'm saying that name right. I'm sorry for that, but I think it's Guild. Caesar's there, Y10, 1 kill is also there near the shelter side area, but there we go. Another circle shift is about to ensue, and here we need to see where the circle is actually going to go, because so far what I assume is that shelter is still in the circle, because I don't see that meter distance on the team MTD. So I don't know why these guys are trying to move out of this premises. Maybe the circle is not here, but from what I can see, the circle, and they might be in a good position so far.
Yeah, agree with you there. But maybe they have another plan in mind. But Mukesh with a knockdown. Oh, that was beautifully done by NEPX Esports once again, ladies and gents. And a while ago, we just saw Tribe AEROMACY emerging victorious from a clash, but with an accurate shot here coming from Mukesh, NEPX Esports was able to bag their first elimination point. And you know what they say when it comes to like going through the first match in any tournament. It's more of like getting acquainted with one another, right? And this is more of a warm up, for all the teams
Ooh.
here, if not also. Let's see what's going to happen because the kill feed is now lighting up.
It is lighting up. The kill feed's lighting up. The right side alive counter's lighting up. Everybody is getting eliminated at this point. Some players are getting more eliminated, like 2 or 3 players of their teams. So far, what I can see the most is a 2-player elimination that is on the T2K. But here we go.
Ooh.
Mukesh, you beauty, with that amazing spray. He managed to get that knockdown, but instantly that's also a knockdown on his side as well. So whatever he did, it happened to him too. So it's a tit-to-tat. NEPX Mukesh, you need to get that revival done as soon as possible, as a Rex is kind of like into the far behind backside. AST, Tribe AEROMACY, they have a good opportunity to rush on this area, rush upon on these teams, get that casualty done, confirmed on the players. Rex is the only one that's trying to give out the cover, so it's 1 versus 3 at this point. You can go, you can push, but no. Team Tribe AEROMACY, they're not going to push. They're actually going to like cement themselves into a safer side area, move out of this premises. But here we go. HAINA Esports gets eliminated in the meanwhile by Team LOD.
Tribe AEROMACY lived to fight another day. It's a great thing that Rex has a very good angle to work with. He definitely bought a lot of time, for the rest of the team to recuperate from that situation. I mean, it paved the way for Domain to actually pick up his teammate. And so they were able to keep 3 of their members, of course, for NEPX. And they can definitely be at the latter stage of the game here. 14 teams remaining. We're looking at VE at the moment. There's still a complete squad here. Was able to bag 1 elimination point. Yeah, and you're right. I mean, HAINA Esports already out of the game. This is not the way that you would want to start your games, right? So there's a need for them to really come back strong in the next rounds to come here. And again, looking at NEPX, Precious already out. So what is next for NEPX?
That is true. At this point, what I'm trying to look for is those crucial 4 versus 4, 3 versus 3 fights that actually occurs into the close quarters. These long ranges, yeah, it's gonna help you right now in this early stage, but as soon as you're gonna like lose a lot of players, then we're gonna have a stale moment, and we kind of don't want that. We kind of want the action to like continue all throughout the game, and especially I do. I kind of want every team to be fighting in every single zone, whether it's like 1 or 2 fights happening every single time. I kind of want them because it brings out the most of it. But here we go. Oh my God, Royal GurKHAS. What happened? You guys were 3-man a moment ago, but now you're down to the very last guy, and that last guy survived. He made sure to take the King of the Mountains down with that single grenade and make sure it's a 1v3 against the players of the King of the Mountains, the team that managed to secure the most elimination points. You can see the 7 eliminations to their name. That is I'd say the most elimination that has happened so far.
Okay, so I was going to talk about Royal GurKHAS, but Royal GurKHAS, 3 casualties, so we're talking about the lone wolf for the team, right? So at this point, they need to make sure they pick the right battles. Maybe go passive for now. This is just stage 4, and we still got 12 teams remaining inside the game, and it will be best for him to kind of find a chill spot, for now, and wait for the right opportunity to get back into the engagements. I just saw moments ago that OG got knocked down somewhere in Erangel. I'm not sure if we already have the confirmation whether or not OG is no longer part of T2K or has he been sent back to the lobby? But I'm looking at the right side of the screen here. So T2K down to their last player here, and it's not really looking too good for T2K.
It is. It is not looking good for the T2K, but here we go. Another circle shift has ensued so far. It has gone to the Milta City side, somewhat Milta City side, because the northern areas, the open side jungle, it's completely in the circle, and you can see the teams. 4D's on the northern side, SYNDICATE is on the eastern corner where nobody's in their backstab areas. There is also the team Mystique into the southeastern side, and all those teams that are in the centralized position of the circle, they're going to be at the most disadvantage, I would say, at this point, because all the teams are from the surrounding premises. They're going to be the one that will push up against them. LOD NEXUS, come on. He came here to get that airdrop. He did, actually. He did. He got that level 3 vest. He got that level 3 helmet. And now he's moving back to his own team members. And this is huge. Getting that airdrop, getting that level 3 vest helmet at this point in time, in this stage of the circle, is a crucial one, and it's gonna definitely help you and your team to survive even more. But here we go. The circle is about to shift once again in 3, 2, and 1 second, and we might see some major shifts from the circle, because 273 meters away from the Syndicate side, that means it has kind of gone towards the western region.
High risk, high reward, baby. That's the name of the game here. And we've seen the location of NEPX just moments ago. They do have an area to themselves, right? So they do have this gatekeeping opportunity where they can prevent, some of the teams to pass through that certain location, that particular spot right there. They're onto the northern side, pretty close with Tribe AEROMACY. So I do wonder if these two teams will then decide to check each other out, maybe have some exchange now and then. But given the situation, I feel like, Tribe AEROMACY now has the potential to score some points here. But that is if they can be successful at defending this spot.
Oh, come on. Come on. You were so close, and yet you're so far. Got knocked down right at the very entrance and got eliminated by a different team. This is an ouchie that happened to you. AST, now back to 3-man standing, 6 eliminations so far. They're throwing their grenades against the team 4DM. 4 death machines. Come on, come on. Can you get those eliminations? The answer is no. Tribe AEROMACY did get a single knockout, but instantly that's a knockdown. That's a confirmation. But oh my god, Rig, you beauty, you beast, came in with the S12K, got everyone wiped out. It's another elimination of the team. 9 elimination for the team Tribe AEROMACY. 3-man still standing into the game. Tribe AEROMACY 0. Come on, now it's your turn. Now it's your turn. Go. Oof. Get those eliminations. Get those confirmations against all the players. That's 11 so far. 11 so far. What we can see, 4 death machines. They have been out of this match. LOD's in the front lines as well. Zil, you have the best angle, but not the circle. The circle is the only crucial factor you should be facing right now. But Zil, can you get into the circle? Can you get inside that circle right now? This is the big question, because you are kind of stranded and kind of like overlooked from both 2 angles by 2 different teams.
All I can say is that ACE is definitely having a grand time here, but oh man, okay. Zio has now been sent back to the lobby, but not without bagging 11 points for the team. Holy moly. Tribe AEROMACY may have been taken out of the equation, but that is a substantial amount of elimination points for the first round. So it was an exciting one to see, that kind of performance at the beginning of the matches here. But anyway, looking at Syndicate at the moment, 1 elimination point in their pockets, and they're out to get some more. At this moment, they're going up against Mystic right now, and man, he just caught a nade to the face, and that kind of seals the deal. He's out of the game, and he's got Rolex over here trying to find an angle, but unfortunately, man, he cannot find one.
This is a big question. He cannot find any angle, and he tried his best. I have to give it to him. He tried his level best, but couldn't succeed at that point. But Team Syndicate, Zen, the final hope, the final guy right now against the team MYSTC. Mystic, come on. A single wrong move will mean your demise, and a survival might mean you might be able to get into the top 3 areas, but Royal Dragons? What? Did my eyes deceive me, or I can see 2 players in the circle and 2 players still roaming outside for some reason. I don't know why, but they need to get inside that circle as soon as possible. But here we go. NEPX versus LOD. It's definitely going to happen. Both the players are looking against each other, looking at each other right into the eyes. The one that's going to overstep, that's going to overpush to see and get an angle, he will be the one to get eliminated from this point onward. So, Mukesh, it's up to you. On the other side, LOD, Kiddo, it's up to you. Whatever you're going to do, do not overpush. Do not overstep your boundaries, your safe side areas. That might put you in a disadvantage.
Yeah, NEXUS definitely putting some pressure against LOD, which is, of course, understandable. They would want to make it hard for them to get through the safe zone here, but I believe that they're not the only team actually making it hard for LOD to get inside the safe zone. There's another team that's pretty close by, and they're also having a kind of a trade-off. Now, Royal Dragon haven't put out any numbers just yet. There's a team that just passed by through them, and I believe those come from ROX. They're doing some massive spray, but couldn't find the target here. I believe it was LOD who actually bagged the point from that trade-off.
It is the top 8 so far, and this is the big stage. This is what I'm looking at, and I'm amazed by these teams, that top 8 teams are surviving in this small of a radius of the circle. And for even some reason, even though they're super close against each other, they're still, like, not getting eliminated for some reason. Syndicate, there we go. By the hand of NEPX, they got wiped out. Team RLX, oh, you beauty. You could have got that second elimination too, but no, you kind of missed that shot, and it's over. 2 teams back-to-back. It has been elimination on their side, but now we're down to NEPX, Mystic, LOD, RG. There is the team RD and Wet M7 at this point. The top 6 contenders, and judging by those elimination and the survivability, 3 eliminations for RG and LOD, but just on the single man surviving. This is not a good start for them, or even a good ending for them, because even in the top 6, you're not going to get a lot of survival points. Even though you were surviving for the past 24 minutes, you're only going to get 1 or 2 measly points for yourself, and this is not enough. With those number of eliminations that you have so far, it's definitely never going to be enough. So make sure you survive a little bit more before getting eliminated, or getting into the top 3 is going to be your top priority at this point. VE2S, they're down to the 4-man. They're still a 4-man. The only team aside from the team Royal Dragons with a 4-man. But me and my big mouth, the moment I say one player gets knocked out of the team VE.
But there's still time. There's still time for a quick pickup to happen. Now, out of the 6 teams, yeah, we're going to be talking about, the number advantage. Obviously, it's Royal Dragons and Vet M7 over here. And I do remember Claw from Royal Dragon. Man, this guy you need to watch out for. He's pretty aggressive, quick on the trigger, and pretty accurate with his aim. So, yeah, I think he was able to bag 2 points, for the team. I'm not sure if he's the only player that was able to do so, but with his kind of number, compared to the other teams remaining in the lobby, pretty sure they're gonna do great, because number advantage will always be a strong thing to have, especially when you are already part of the last few zones in a match. Now, NEPX 7 elimination points for the team here. They're pretty strong. This is how you would want to start your matches for this evening. It's a wild opening for NEPX, and just look at that, LOD bagging some points, but what a massive counter though coming from BE. That was a great shot, bagging 2 points under their belt as well.
But losing one of their player, come on, Rifa, by the hand of Lord. The moment the guy was outside of the circle surviving, he was like, okay, I might get eliminated, but I'm gonna at least take 1 out with me. He did. He said and he delivered. He made sure he took down 1 of the players at the very least. But now we're down to the top 5, ladies and gentlemen. It is NEPX, 3-man, RG with the solo, Mystic with the 3-man as well. Royal Dragon, the only team now from this point onward with the 4-man standing into the game, with the most survival, with the winner prediction chance as well because of their man advantage. VET M7. They also have, I'd say, a really great transition point and a placement for themselves as well, even if they want to like hold the position down. But Royal Dragon right now, they're getting shot down by the MTD. Caesar, come on. Caesar, I have high hopes for you. He can utilize the 3x to the maximum potential, get those knockdowns, those confirmations, because it's crucial for his team. It is the 4 elimination that he has so far, and the top 5 is the first step of the ladder. You need to get into the top 3, top 2, and from that top 2, you need to try to get yourself into the top 1. That is the winner chicken dinner position. But RD, they're pushing against the team VT M7 at this point. The grenades are definitely going to do some surrounding damage. The blow-up damage, it's there. The player did get a slight bit on the low side, but NEPX, that third-party angle. Come on, 2 down of the team VE, in fact. And those grenades are actually taking all the players out of the premises. Now it's down to the very last guy of the team VE. He gets eliminated, rammed down by the car. Oh my god, I was not expecting that to happen. Come on, I asked for cars, for grenades, for all those eliminations, and it's actually happening. The car eliminations are here. The grenade eliminations happen. The players are rushing in with the S12Ks, the M4s, and everything as well. So it's just down to the top 4. It is actually a 1 versus 3 versus 3 versus 4 scenario right now.
NEPX definitely stole those kills out of Royal Dragon's hands. I mean, that third-party angle rather worked beautifully for them. And now we're looking at 9 eliminations for the team, and we've got Mukesh bagging most of it. Now, NEPX Esports, this is going to be inevitable right now. They're going up against Royal Dragons, and of course, a Twisted Mind as well. Or Twisted, rather, Esports. 3 points for Royal Dragon. This is a trade-off we have been waiting for. 3 teams remaining here. NEPX still continues to dominate. I believe they have the biggest chance to score the chicken dinner over here. But unfortunately, though, Rex have been shut down, and we're looking at the last player remaining here for NEPX, which is, of course, Domain. So how is this going to play out for NEPX? I just feel like they carried the same energy from PMGO back to this competition, so perhaps we are definitely going to see NEPX as a very aggressive team.
Well, we might, but I have hopes for Domain. But if Mukesh was still alive, if Mukesh was still into the match, the way he got those 6 eliminations into his backpack, ooh, this could have been the chicken dinner for the team. But here we go. Royal Dragon is going to lose one of their players. The grenade went to the player's side. Almost thought that it's going to take the player down, but nope, it did not. The player who was knocked down gets finally confirmed. NEPX Domain came in, took down Master Zerdy. The third guy's down as well, and down to the very last 1 versus 4 scenario. Mystic is going to get that chicken. In fact, MD Twisted is going to get that chicken dinner without any hassle, without having to take down the final guy. It is the winner chicken dinner for MD Twisted to the first match. A decent number of elimination. They were the one that made the most damage on the NEPX side, on the side of all the teams that were in the surrounding, fighting against the team MD as well. So NEPX, you had the perfect opportunity and you seized it. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh man, what an exchange coming from the final 3 teams. Yeah, it was a chicken dinner, and you just know that this team has been making waves with their thrilling gameplay, of course, and their habits from the PMNC round 1 have been trending, showcasing their sharp strategies and, of course, end zone fights, which we kind of had a preview just moments ago. And I really thought Royal Dragons was gonna make it as well, at least finish at the 2nd place, because given the situation, I mean, NEPX already down to their last player. It was only Domain, but Domain still made it happen for the team. They landed at 2nd place. It was a valiant effort coming in again from NEPX, but at the end of this match, of course, it was Mystic who took the chicken dinner, and all I can say is what a way to start our matches this evening.
Mystic Destiny, they did a very great job. But you can see the highlights, you can see the teams, the way that they actually fought. RLX, even at this point, had a really decent opportunity to take down the players. But this was the fight that we were talking about. VE got backstabbed by NEPX with the car eliminations, and that was the point where Mikoish actually managed to secure his 6th elimination. MD Twisted at that point also managed to secure a decent number of eliminations, but look at Domain, how well he was fighting against the team Royal Dragons. Even at the very ending moments, he actually like stood up against all of them. You can see them, how he took down both of them, then gave his elimination to the play zone.
Yeah, and even the Blue Reaper is actually getting into the mix there, but getting his points done as well. And looking at the stats here, ladies and gents, it's a pretty good one, I can say. Let me just put my camera here. Okay, elimination points for Caesar 2. We've got Y10 with 4 and OnKill with 1. But at the end of the match, of course, we always have to point it out that this is a teamwork that makes the dream work here. And these are actually pretty good stats here that we're seeing on the screen. So I do wonder if there are any of the teams here that could bag at least 2 chicken dinners back to back.
2 chicken dinners? Ask for right now at the very first day. It is possible. I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but it's so hard that I don't think so that anyone is gonna try to do that. But here we go. The MVP, the man of the match, is going to be Mukesh. With all those eliminations, the 6th elimination, 1122 damage. It's 1122, 54.55% contribution for the team, 27 minutes of the survival time. His headshot ratios are almost 21%, body ratio almost 70%, and the leg shots, that is only 9.3%. He had everyone to the head and the bodies. The legs are the minority side, I would say, at this point. But here we go, the summary. 60 elimination. We have 8,353 healings at 59 knockouts. Okay, there was one team that couldn't get their player revived up, and that is because of 59 elimination. Throwables used. Oh, I am so glad to see that number. 236. 1 airdrop looted. We also saw that. I think it was LOD's players at that point where he got that level 3 vest and everything and just skedaddled out of there. Then we have total headshots of 13, 15 revives, and the longest elimination of 219 minutes with LOD Nexus.
You know what, I just have to say that eliminating players at 20%, just hitting the head, is still a staggering number I can see on the screen here. Is pretty accurate with the aim and fast on the triggers as well. And looking at the match ranking here, ladies and gents, just in case you tuned in a little late and missed all the action, don't worry, we got you. 17 points in total, of course, set out by Mystic here. And then we've got NEPX Esports coming in at 2nd place. And just look at that, they're even tied up. The only difference that we can see on the screen is that it was Mystic who scored the chicken dinner. But hey, I think it's also right that we do recognize the valiant effort coming from Tribe AEROMACY as well. I mean, it was a great back and forth situation just moments ago. You know, the way that they handled each engagement from the get-go, I think it was handled pretty awesome, especially Zaya of Tribe AEROMACY. I mean, 11 in total for the team itself. That is quite a lot, you know, for a first match.
It is a decent number, because we even saw Tribe AEROMACY did a 1v3 multiple times at multiple occasions on some areas. But here we go, the second page, JUTTI squad with 4, we have RLX with 3, Syndicate 2, 4 Death Machines 2, T2K with just 1, and then we have SHREEPECH Esports 0, OPZ Esports with 0, and HAINA Esports with 0 points as well. These are the 3 bottom line teams that did not manage to secure even a single point to their name. And starting off as 0 points, it's not gonna hurt you that much, but keeping this consistency into the next matches, that might be something, a no-no you want to say for yourself. That might be a no-no for you guys. But yeah, you have to try into the next matches on how you're gonna like perform, because after this Erangel match, we will be going for the Miramar, the one and only, the biggest map, the largest map of them all, the 8x8, the longest, slowest paced map whatsoever. And Queen. I'm excited for the Miramar, the transition between Erangel all the way to the Miramar, the teams, their pace, their momentum, everything. I want to see it right now.
Back then, when we talk about Miramar, it's always going to be about, the sniping, the DMRs, the bolt action rifles. But right now, it's more of shotguns, stuff as well, with massive fire coming from those ARs as well. And I just want to point it out that I'm pretty excited at the drop flashes for Miramar. This is the first Miramar this evening before we jump into the rumble in the jungle for the third match. And just moments ago, we've seen the match rankings during an Erangel. I just want to point it out that T2K, yeah, they did score only one elimination point, but T2K, they've always been known for their aggressive play style, and T2K has been a strong contender in South Asia. They performed well in the PUBG Mobile Champion Battle Season 3, so I am confident enough to say that we will definitely see a strong comeback for T2K.
We might. We can only hope, and it's up to the teams to do that, or the other teams to stop them from doing that. In fact, at this point, so exactly that stop, that block, you have to make sure that nobody's coming above you at this point. You are the champions of the day number one, because if you cement yourself into the day number one in a decent position, then I would say you can safely start your day number two with a decent number of points, with a decent pace. Even a slow pace might be a good for you guys. But right now, after the first match, before transitioning into the Miramar, we will be going on a short break, guys. Do not go anywhere. Stay with us. We will be right back.
Let it
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the 2025 PMNC South Asia Springside. This is Torix. Once again with me is going to be Red Queen. Again, okay, on this side. Welcome back, Red Queen, to you too as well. And everyone that's watching us as well, welcome back, guys. We are about to head into our second match. But yeah, the match number 1, it was intense. It was a chef kiss, I would say.
Yeah, what a start, to the PMNC South Asia playoffs. I mean, Mystic Twisted. Did I say that right? Okay, I said that right. They definitely set the tone right here out of the gate, securing the first chicken dinner with 17 points. And of course, their sharp decision, making all of the clutch plays from inside the game, really showed why they're a force to be reckoned with. And of course, who can forget about NEPX? Because I know you got a lot of fans out there. They really wasn't far behind. They also scored 17 points, just proving their overall consistency and of course determination in getting that WWCD.
That is true. The determination was definitely there. Everyone tried. The thing is, Andy, everyone did their very best, and we saw that on that elimination feed. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going to take too much of your time, and we're going to take you guys straight into the second match of action. That is the Miramar of the day, number 1. The plane line is on its way, all the way from the Campo Militar down to the Valle del Mar. A clean bisection from one corner all the way up to the other corner.
Yes, sir. And the stage is already heating up here, ladies and gents. And if this match is any indicator, of course, we are in for an action-packed tournament. And let's see which teams will carry the momentum forward and who steps up to shake things up for this round in Miramar. Now, I also want to just get back to the performance just a while ago. Tribe AEROMACY as well. They came in swinging, bagging a load of elimination points as well. Their aggressive play style definitely spiced things up. So I do wonder if this is going to be the same thing. If this is going to be the same energy coming from a Tribe AEROMACY as well. Or are they even playing in this Miramar round? Because I do see other teams coming in to play here. So perhaps we'll see them in the next one. But Los Leones, Torix is getting highly populated.
Well, you're pointing out the fact that I keep forgetting most of the times. This is the round-robin format. It is 20 teams. Some teams will not be playing right now, and this is a huge for all of them, because now some teams might have a chance to start their engagement, like CTRS in this match at the very least. Tribe AEROMACY once again into an early stage fight. Come on, went a full fight, did conquer it, get that confirmation. Oh my god. Tribe AEROMACY, ouch. Ouch. Was that necessary, Venom? I don't know. Maybe a clash drop, yes. But 3 eliminations, that's all they care for right now.
Yeah. Strong start. again for Tribe AEROMACY, bagging 3 elimination points right off the bat here. Can't say the same though for the side of OPZ because we're looking at 3
Again.
casualties and it's at the beginning of the match. So I don't know what kind of trick they will have to pull just to make sure they get into the latter stages of the game here. But as for Tribe AEROMACY, in Erangel, they were pretty aggressive, just like what I mentioned a while ago. They came out swinging, and I feel like it's, it's the same thing for Miramar.
That is true. That is true. But same is the situation for the team OPZ as well. Because even in the last match, they were the first one to get fully eliminated. But this time around, at least, a single player is surviving. Paradox is alive. So the chances are he might be that key crucial factor for the team that might be able to get some decent number of at least the position points. Because right now, I would say getting into any kind of engagement, any kind of tussle, would be an absolute meaning of death at your end. You're not going to survive that. You're not going to survive the fight against the 4 players that might rush up on you, even if you take down one of them. So it's not worth the risk. It's not worth the risk. Just survive. Just try to stay safe because it's Miramar. You can stay safe. There are mountaintops. There are those ridges. There are those small shack areas that you can hold yourself, get yourself into a comfortable position. But here we go. DRS. Once in this match, the first match of their day as well. So going straight to the Hacienda del Patron, getting that golden Mirado, that paper golden car, the golden foil car. I don't know because it's paper, it's a car. I don't know what should I name it at this point.
Ooh, yes, DRS Gaming, the Nepali powerhouse, has been consistent in regional tournaments. I mean, they recently secured first place in the PUBG Mobile NEPX Showdown and PUBG Mobile Fall Rush Showdown, both C-tier, of course, events earlier this year. They also placed 5th in the PUBG Mobile Himalayan Clash, which is a B-tier. Now, we haven't really seen much of DRS lately, so I believe this is the first tournament that passed it, with the DRS coming into play here. And I'm not exactly sure what kind of surprises they have in store for us, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna be explosive. Coming into Miramar, and I would just like to back what you mentioned a while ago. I mean, this is not the way you would want to start the game, right? I mean, you mentioned that DPZ in Erangel, they're also the first team who have been taken out of the equation, and if they're not too careful, since they're down to their last player, it might happen again for Miramar. And obviously, if you are on the losing streak, okay, if things have not been going right for your team, there's a need for you to kind of sit down, have a quick meeting, and just talk to each other. Okay, what could have we done in this case, or like what could have we have gotten right? What do we need to change? I mean, they obviously need to recalibrate, their strategy and overall tactics in this competition, because this is not just, like fun and games anymore. I mean, we're talking about the real deal here. This is an official tournament, and there's a need for them, or there's a demand for them to actually perform.
That is the thing. All the mistakes that you could do, you're past that point. You're in the officials. This is a time where you're not supposed to make the mistakes, but the one that you have already done, you have to learn from this and implement the solutions for that over here. Loco from KDM, Killer of Mountains, KOM. In fact, KOM, all the 4 players. There's Pick Up, there's Kyo, there's Loco, there's Hang. All the 4 players, we couldn't see them early into the first match because they were also one of the few teams that got early eliminated with not a lot of points, I would say, because so far it is still 0. It is 0 for this match with 7 for the previous one, a total of 7 points that they have got secured so far. So at this point, KOM, they're kind of outside of the circle from what I can see. 961 meters, and it's Miramar, so you can definitely say that 900 meters is a long way to go, no matter how you look at it. But here we go. OPZ, the last guys finally, once again, against the players, and
man.
VE, Sisti is definitely going to go get that confirmation. It's over once again for the team OPZ. Again, the first team to get eliminated into the match number 2, unfortunately.
I mean, seriously, what can you do in that situation? You're left all alone to deal with business, right? All the teams, or like all of your teammates, back in the lobby, and there's a full squad coming at you. They're smelling blood, and they're, looking to really get some scores done. And all you can do is just really pray to the PUBG gods that they may guide you in how you will be approaching that battle. But unfortunately, of course, it is overwhelming for just one person here, so understandable. I do hope OPZ can come up with a more effective strategy and overall tactics, in this competition. After all, it's too early to say anything just yet. It's still anybody's ball game since we are just at the second match for the playoffs.
This is the second match of the playoffs, and the first stage is about to close down, ladies and gentlemen. The first circle is about to take its shift. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Some teams are going to struggle. Some teams are going to be chilling in the circle, like AEROMACY, Team RG, HAINA. And looking at the very western corner, there is the Team SB, Esports, that can actually brush up against a team of VE from the backside. They can give them a backstab, but DRS is also entering the circle from the San Martin area. There's the Mystic from the last match, Chicken Dinner Takers, the last match winners in the circle corner as well. But T2K right behind them. All the teams that are right now at the eastern corner, I'm kind of afraid for them. I'm kind of scared for them at this point, because at any point, either they can be the one to take down the teams that are entering the circle, or they can be the one that might get taken down from the teams that are coming inside. It goes
You're
both ways.
absolutely right. I mean, it's like a tsunami of teams headed towards your direction, right? San Martin will definitely be highly populated anytime now, so it's just a matter of like how good you are at
Hiding.
defending that spot you're holding on to. So it can be hard, you need to be able to set some sort of like a safe perimeter for your team here to just know exactly where your opposition will be coming around, like from which direction are they coming from. But it was like, I mean, we're looking at like a substantial amount of teams in the same area. High chance they will flock, in the same spot. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that we will be witnessing, a lot of trade-offs happen. And speaking of trade-offs, T2K getting shot at the moment. Toodle Love obviously is pretty low in health here. They're around Power Grid area in Miramar. They're inside the vehicles, and I don't think they will be taking the fight. I mean, it's too early. We are just at stage 2 here, ladies and gents.
We are in the stage number 2. Majority of the teams, I'd say, they have entered the stage. They have entered the circle. But yeah, so once again, in 50 seconds, the stage number 2 is also going to close. And judging from the Miramar side, all the teams, majority of the teams surviving into, like, even the stage number 2, that can only mean one thing. We're in for a chaotic moment. The moment the circle shift towards the stage number 4, the stage goes to the stage number 4, every single one of these teams, if they don't fight it right now, they're going to be up against each other's faces. And no matter how you look at it, someone or anyone from that point onward is definitely going to get eliminated. So you have to be very careful on whatever you're going to do right now. You want to take the fight, you want to be into the safer side, do it right now, because you might not get that chance to rotate yourself into the safe premises if the stage and the number of the teams stays the same. Stage closes in and the number of the teams stays the same, in fact, right now.
One thing I am absolutely sure of is that you cannot play PUBG being all passive all throughout the matches here. I mean, there's definitely a need for you to bag a lot of elimination points just to make sure that you will climb up ranks or even stay at the top ranks, in any tournament that we speak of. And in PUBG, you just have to seize every opportunity here. I mean, if you have a chance to bag some points here, bag some LMs, you definitely need to do that one. It depends, right? I mean, if your objective is to score a lot of points from the
Oh.
get-go, then that's absolutely what you need to do. But if you need to stay passive and maybe just, like let the other teams battle it out first before you get into any engagements here, and then that's what you should do. It really depends on what kind of tactics you have in store for us. But in Miramar, there are times that high ground advantages is a double-edged sword. And let's check out what HAINA Esports is going to do at the moment here. He just threw a nade here, but they're coming after him, and well, one of them is currently knocked down on the ground. And Pekka, what are you going to do in this situation? Are you coming after your teammate? Are you going to avenge that teammate? Or are you going to reposition yourself together with the rest of the team?
They're not gonna do that. That is for sure. But Slayer, I try to get some eliminations on the side, but the main question still remains: how well are you gonna be able to cement yourself into the top of the mountain position at this point? Because Slayer, your position is revealed. The moment you're gonna get into the car, try to get out of this premises, your car, your car tires, everything is going to get shot at, and you lose any one of them, you're completely stranded. There is nowhere else to go than the lobby at that point. But T2K, wait a second, that's 2 down, 3 down, 4 down. T2K completely wiped out of the match from the hand of the team RG. What happened in the split second? We couldn't even see the T2K try to defend themselves, but Team NEPX, once again, they're getting some shots. They're getting some confirmations on the sides of their engagements as well. So far, they're the team that are on the top of the leaderboard of the overall ranking. 18 points, ladies and gentlemen, so far. Mystic is right behind them. MTD, the moment they are going to get some more eliminations, they're instantly going to be on the #1 position, even though if they're on the same 18 points position. But NEPX, right now, what I can totally assume from NEPX is they're hungry for more elimination, hungry for more elimination points.
Man, it's heartbreaking to see T2K not really performing well. I mean, during the PMGO, there were a lot of hearts that got broken as well because they weren't able to get into the main event. It was NEPX who actually represented the whole of South Asia and, of course, Nepal. But, again, we don't know what's happening behind closed doors. But obviously, for the performance right now coming from T2K, something needs to change. They have to pick up the pace. They have to make up for the lost points here. And, I think we have less people from the audience expecting them to be, one of the first teams to get the boot out of Miramar. But again, I guess this is just day #1. There's still a lot of things that can happen. There's a lot of stories that's still yet to unravel. So perhaps we will see some sort of redemption coming from the side of T2K. But from the kill feed here, ladies and gents, Mystic Ono got shut down on the ground, bleeding out there in the open. No confirmation just yet. It has been taken out completely off of the game here. But we're looking at LOD Nexus. They have a warehouse all to themselves. But just look at the amount of teams in just one spot here, Torix. So it is going to be catastrophic for most.
Catastrophic might be the right word at this point because 14 teams and stage #4, this small of a radius, and even on the mini-map, you can see 4 teams. You never see 4 teams in the same mini-map unless it's the 6th stage. So,
True.
judging from that, oh my god, it's definitely going to be a chaos at this point. But AEROMACY official, 3 eliminations so far. The only 3 that they got early on against Team OPZ. Those are the elimination that they have so far. Aside from that, they went for a a stale moment for some reason. I think they went a little bit of passive, but oh my god. Okay, you are more than okay at this point. From this angle, you can not only see the players of HAINA, but you can also shoot at them. He did a lot of damage on them, but not enough, unfortunately, to get that knockdown. You just need a single knockout. The rest of the team can actually go for the aggression. But the main question is that the team is also down to the very last guy. JUTTI squad is down to the very last guy. DRS working and fighting against the teams as well, getting those eliminations. That's the 3rd elimination. LHC, they have been eliminated. There we go. 3rd elimination. 30 points so far for the DRS. But Syndicate right now, once again, close to the premises of the teams. The fight can ensue at any time. WE versus RC. It's happening. It's happening in the every team, every single team is going up against some fights one way or another.
I just wish Woke milks that spot. You know, I wish he can get a lot of points from that big angle where he is currently staying at, because they're down to their last player. So okay, so enough, enough, Andy. Me and my big mouth as well. Okay, so that is it. You know, that was the end of line for JUTTI here, coming out at 13th, if I'm not mistaken. Now we're looking at DRS bagging for elimination points. We've got example here, not down on the ground, but I'm not sure if there's still time for him to get picked up, because, well, DRS might have a collision up against NEPX here. Woohoo! Spicy.
This is the spice that we were waiting for. NEPX, the last match. Most elimination takers right now up against one of the giants, the DRS. Just look at the spotting, Rex, you beast. You managed to spot the guy that was the furthest into the backside. Got some shots on towards the players, made sure that he knows that you're looking at him. Do not show your face, no matter what you do. But RC, they also have that one elimination to their name. And aside from that, all the 4 players are still surviving. So this is one thing that RC is kind of needs to do, is get inside of that circle. But just look at the position. The moment they're going to like take out the cars into this open side area, there's the team RG, there is the team Mystic, there's all those different teams, even LOD, that can actually shoot at you, get you taken down in a single instance. And this is what I'm talking about. Syndicate from a different angle is going to take one player down from the team RC. The second guy could go down as well by B's grenade. This can be detrimental, but it has to connect. It has to connect. The grenade did manage to do a lot of damage, half damage to the player. He's on the 50% HP side. Second grenade on the same premises could have mean that a knockdown might be coming.
Hey, this is the perfect opportunity for Syndicate to capitalize in this situation. I mean, they have the opportunity, of course, to bag those LMs in this particular trade-off, and I do believe they have all the advantages working out for them. But where is the backup? Okay, there's the backup right now, because I believe they are about to manage 2 teams here. And coming off the kill feed, it's LOD as well, having an exchange up against RC. So again, we see a lot of callers down there in the mini-map. So there's the edge of the circle here. This is going to turn into a bloodbath, definitely.
You need backup? I'm backup. No, you're not at this point. So, one thing all the teams have to do is be their own backup. That's what I can say. Every single player needs to be their own backup, because judging from the fact that this is the stage number 5, the radius is super small. If you're not looking at your own angles, like all the 4 directions, you're not going to be able to survive. This is the main cautious thing that you need to do right now, because the stage is super small. The teams are so much. There are so many teams where we usually see only 7 teams surviving. This is 12 teams, and the stage is about to close. 40 seconds only, and we're gonna go into the stage number 6. But here we go. Example has been made an example once again. He is knocked out. And NEPX, they're on business at this point. Delta cooking that grenade against the team ASD. Oh my god! The 2 teams that were hungry for the eliminations are right now making DRS a sandwich. This can be a sandwich position, but DRS, they know how to prevail. They know how to get out of this position as well. But Delta, Giante, the only 2 guys are the only 2 hopes. Everything is residing on their shoulder as NEPX is actually pushing from the top side. Giante cooking that grenade up, instantly getting that knockdown on one player. Confirmation is on its way, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Rex got a confirmation, but Giante, why are you not looking at your own health? That is the 3rd player down of the DRS, and down to the very last guy. Delta's position, if NEPX has even the slightest hunch of, okay, this is a car that should not be there, let's shoot at it, they can easily get Giante, the last guy, in fact, down as well. Delta.
it's a crucial situation for all of the teams here. Obviously, they're right at the edge of the circle, so Blue Reaper is also doing their job here, and it was a vulnerable spot to begin with for the side of DRS, but it was an essential nade coming from Giante. I think it bought them a little bit of time to kind of, recuperate from the situation and defend themselves properly. But given the situation, man, there's a lot of exchange coming from at least 5 teams here in this particular spot. We're looking at another team right now getting shot at by okay, so this is RC, okay, and now they're totally eliminated, which brings us down to just 9 teams remaining. And from this point on, we're looking at HAINA Esports here, Slayer on the screen, cooking up a nade here, throwing it up against a team, potentially shutting down maybe 2 or 3 more players. But this is such a hard angle to push because he's come from down below. He doesn't have any visuals at all.
He doesn't. He doesn't have any visuals. The only thing that he can right now utilize is his instinct. But there we go. NEPX finally took down the last guy of the DRS as well. Delta is no longer into the game, and that means DRS is out of the match. 6th elimination once again for the team NEPX. RG on this in this match at the very least. They managed to secure 9 eliminations. This is a huge. But there we go. There we go. HAINA Esports. A single grenade is going to take 1 player down. The Molotov is there to do the damage as well, but not enough to get the players down. There we go. SHREEPECH Esports, Guru. He was low on that HP. He managed to heal himself just in the nick of time. And once again, they are back on the 3-man that can potentially take the fight for themselves. HAINA Esports no longer have any kind of utilities to dump on against their opponents. VE, Doom, and RC. There goes a grenade. Doom can potentially take this first player down, but no, you're looking at the long picture, man. Look at the one that's closest to you. He's gonna take you down, instantly confirm you, and this is what I'm talking about. The moment the stage falls down to the short radius, you don't know if anyone's close to you or it's actually further away. You can be shot at any point, at any angle. So you have to be careful on every single ridge, every single corner, every single position that you can potentially present yourself into. Guru, once again, he only has the bandages down to the very last guy he is. The Molotov did hit him, and it's over. We NRC, that is another elimination for these guys. We are down to the top 6 teams in a short while. From 12 to 6, this is a huge jump.
A lot of strategies will definitely come into play here, especially we're now down to the last few zones and, of course, down to the final 6 teams remaining. NEPX remains to be a formidable team here, toughest contender, I can say. VE right now with a massive spray, shutting down at least 2 players from the opposition. LOD, what are you going to do with this situation? Again, 7-7 NRC, cooking up a nade, potentially shutting down another player here, come from LOD. There's a lot of pressure, onto their side, and getting backstabbed just like that from Slayer, man, that is right there.
HAINA, the backstabbers at this point, and VENRC in an instant, they got wiped out of this match as well. We are down to the top 4, ladies and gentlemen. RG, HAINA, Team AST, and NEPX. AST and NEPX once again in the top 4. They are surviving. They are showing their true colors, their true potential in these matches. You can see them. 3 players from the team NEPX, 2 from the team AST, RG with the 4, and HAINA with the 2 as well. Royal GURKHAS, 11 elimination. This is a huge number. That is a very big number that a Royal GURKHAS has for themselves so far. AEROMACY, they only have 18% chance of securing that chicken dinner. NEPX, on the other hand, has 27% chance with a 7 elimination, 3 for Precious, 3 for Domain, and 1 for Mukesh. Mukesh is on this match is kind of on the fact that he's not getting a lot of eliminations like the last time. He managed to secure the 6th elimination. This time he's a little laid back, okay, team, do your work. I'm gonna do a really slow pace this time. But here we go, 4 versus 3 versus in fact 2 versus 2. The situation can go any way at this point.
Okay, I'm looking at where NEPX is exactly. So they are on the northern side. They are going up against HAINA at the moment, and Precious get knocked down on the ground. 7 elimination points for NEPX here, and they have the high ground advantage, so it can be easy for NEPX Esports to eliminate the remaining players of HAINA. But HAINA's not really making it easy for them. Precious, that's the confirmation that we have been waiting for. He's now out of the game, and that is it as well for HAINA. That was the end of the line, and Royal GurKHAS Esports definitely capitalizing on the situation. They do have the chance to do a third party here up against NEPX. Of course, the strongest team for this round, but now down to their last player. So maybe Royal GurKHAS Esports can now seal the deal and maybe get the chicken dinner. I mean, they're just making it rain nades.
They are making a mini red zone at this point, and Zil with the fight of Mukesh. Mukesh is finally going to take him down. Zil, are you going to get confirmed? The main question still remains over there. Is Mukesh going to move forward, get that confirmation on Tribe AEROMACY's player before the rest of the Royal GurKHAS player, in fact, rush up upon this guy? The situation can go any way. We have to see. We have to know on what these players are going to do at this point. NEPX Mukesh, he went back once again to a safer side area where Royal GurKHAS might not be able to spot this guy up. But the position might also reveal the disastrous position that Royal GurKHAS might have an angle against the team NEPX. It is a 1 versus 1 versus 4. You can already tell Royal GurKHAS has the chicken in their very clutches from this point onward. It's just a matter of factor of time of when and how. Is AST's going to be that team that's going to stay on the hashtag number 3 this round? Or is it going to be NEPX? This is the question. So far, NEPX is just waiting for the Tribe AEROMACY's player to like bleed out, get eliminated. Ooh. But oh, come on! That elimination has been stolen! Nice. But NEPX, Mukesh, you beauty! He shows why he has secured those 6 elimination into the previous match. With the spray, with the angle, with the precision he's showing against the team Royal GurKHAS player. Now I can actually say that even Royal GurKHAS might not be safe from the wrath of Mukesh.
Come on, let go. Boom. Oh man, Mukesh is definitely going at it. I mean, it doesn't even matter if he's the last player from NEPX. He is dancing it out. 2. That was a 2-piece shutdown. Unfortunately, that was a great follow-through coming from Royal GurKHAS Esports. But again, the importance of not playing their cards right. They have all the advantages working out for them. But that was beautifully done. Valiant effort coming from NEPX Esports. At the end of this round, just because they have all the advantages, Royal GurKHAS was able to get the job done, therefore securing a chicken dinner for match number 2 in Miramar. But everyone, all of those 3 teams that remained during the end game, oh man, phenomenal performance, I can say.
Phenomenal performance? Oh my god, this is a one-in-a-lifetime performance that you are gonna see. The way he just took down 2 players out in the open, that was amazing. And NEPX almost had it into their clutches. Only if the player had a slight more HP, he could have managed to like secure a lot for his team. But unfortunately, he couldn't even get those 2 knockdowns eliminations, as still, it is the Royal GurKHAS that's going to get that chicken dinner secured for themselves. An amazing start, an amazing end for the match number 2. And you can see in the highlights, the starting Tribe AEROMACY, the axes, the machetes, all those stuff that happened. that was brutal. I have to say that was brutal for a while, but it's part of the game. You don't have the ammo, you don't have that much ammunition for yourself. You go for the punches and you go for those machetes.
Yep, you're absolutely right here. Just would want to point out, of course, the remaining teams that we've seen just moments ago. You know, HAINA Esports, they didn't really have like quite a good run in Erangel. In fact, you know, they were taken out of the equation empty-handed. They weren't able to score anything. So this is quite an improvement coming from HAINA Esports side, because even though they weren't able to bag the chicken dinner, at least they were able to put some numbers on the board. And there's Tribe AEROMACY as well. It was a double-digit elimination a while ago in Erangel. We also have Team RG, I can say, Royal GurKHAS. Now, this was an explosive game for the Royal GurKHAS. Not only double-digit elimination point, but of course securing the chicken dinner as well. So, I mean, we did talk about looking forward to a lot of explosive gameplays coming from the teams here, and that's exactly what we're getting. And this is such a great battle to watch.
This is actually a great battle to watch. Going with the Royal GurKHAS individual elimination, we can see 3 for Psycho, we have 3 for Krish, then Arc. He comes down with the Arc, showing us 10 elimination individually with 1436 damage, 6 knockouts on the way, and 62% of the contribution for the team. Once again, there is a guy in the top 4s of the Winner Chicken Dinner team that did not do any kind of eliminations, just the damage. And this time around, it is RGX's Mamba. 331 damage, 0% contribution with survival time of 25 minutes. And this is huge, even though, sorry for that, even though you did not get even a single elimination point for yourself, you still managed to survive
Yeah.
25 minutes. And this is a very big thing.
I mean, you mentioned a while ago that you need to be able to carry your own weight,
Yeah.
especially in crucial situations, just like what we've seen moments ago, right? If you can be responsible for your own self, right? I think that would be the most effective thing that you can do inside a battlefield. I think that's one of the best recipes to have in order for you to always secure a chicken dinner. But then again, it's not always easy to pull it off, right? I guess, at times like this, at this point in the competition, Torix, I believe you need to be really flexible. Like, the roles have totally been non-existent. You need to be able to do everything when you're part of the team. And speaking of, like, really being impressive, I mean, Arc obviously had an explosive match here, 10 elimination points all by himself. Oh man, I mean, this guy not just have a killer instinct, but he can transform into John Wick here.
He's not just pulling his own weight, but the weight for some of his team members as well. And this is something that the team has to work on to once again make sure the same thing that you said, pull their own weight. You have to make sure that you're pulling your own weight at this point, because if you're not, it's definitely not going to work your way. But here we go. We have the match summary: 60 elimination, 8,466 of the total healings, total lockouts of 58, 221 throwable use, 4 airdrops, 13 headshots, 11 revive, and 413 meter of the longest elimination from Delta's side. Okay, this is what you call Miramar at its peak, 400 meters plus of a distance.
Oh man, yeah, you're absolutely right. But we see the numbers decline just a little bit, not too much. I mean, a while ago we saw 236 for the amount of throwables used in the game. Now it's down to just 221, which is of course can still improve. Now talk about the match ranking. 26 amazing points coming from the Royal GurKHAS, and now that is a lot. NEPX Esports coming in at second place once again. Okay, they have been denied a chicken dinner moments ago in a wrangle, and now I feel like they're so eager and so hungry to prove themselves, to be one of the strongest teams coming from Nepal. And now they have set up for the elimination points. I feel like one of their missions for today is to really grab a chicken by its neck, which I believe we do have a high chance seeing that happen.
The thing is, the teams are doing their level best. 26 points, and on the second page, you can see all the line for 1-1-1-1 for Killer Mountain, Syndicate, JUTTI Squad. There's the MTD Twisted, the team that got the best points in the previous match, the Chicken Dinner. Right now they're struggling with just a single point. R3 RC32 with 1, T2K, OPZ, LHC with 0 points whatsoever. The only 3 teams that did not get the points are these 3 teams, in fact. But yes, this was the match number 2. This was the Miramar at its very best, I would say, because every team was on their very best behavior of the survival. of the fight, and you saw those 1v2 clutches, 1v3 fights actually happening even in this match. So we can expect anything from these teams at this point. I can totally expect the teams to like do a really decent performance from even in the next match, because the Sandhawk, you're only gonna have one match of the Sandhawk whatsoever. So whatever the teams are gonna do, we have to see what they have in plan, what they have in stock in the Sandhawk match, because Sandhawk will be that one crucial factor that might be setting the momentum for the second half phase of the game.
I'm pretty sure of that. And when when we play in Sandhawk, it's going to be a fast-paced game. There's a lot of ambushes that's definitely going to be happening. So it's a whole different gameplay, so to speak, compared to Erangel and Miramar. So what do we expect coming into the third round for today? Again, I mean, it's all about action. It's all about high level of gameplay. Just like what Royal GURKHAS actually did just moments ago, from the Miramar match. I mean, their rotation on point. It was an electrifying vibe coming from Royal GURKHAS, just making sure that they not only bag those elimination points that they need, but also secure some of the best spots, in Miramar, just to make sure that they will always have that advantageous point compared to the remaining teams. I mean, looking at the second page moments ago, Turix, I feel like I just look at a barcode. Like, it's like binary numbers over there. But hey, more of that action, ladies and gents. Don't go away. We'll be taking a short break.
Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision, then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking. With a vehicle, you can exit it and attack it from a distance. After it explodes, use the terraformed ground and remaining wreckage to go after your enemies or rest. Head to Rondo now to experiment with this new feature.
Let it.
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw.
Welcome. Yeah, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will be fixing that mic soon. Don't worry about it. So, yeah, we're back after the break, after the Miramar match. I was trying to listen to Andy, but even though you guys can't hear it, I can't as well. So we will get that fixed in a short while. Don't worry about it. But yeah, the two matches are done and dusted. The first Erangel, first Miramar, it's over. Now it's time for the action pack, for the Clash Drop map, the one and only, the smallest map of them all, the Sandhawk. It will be on its way. But yeah, before any of that, this is Torix with me. Once again, it is the Red Queen Andy. And yes, Sandhawk will be the one crucial map that will determine all the players, all the, I'd say, pacing points for the teams, how well they have done into the previous two matches, the Miramar and the Erangel. And it will be a compilation of that into the Sandhawk. They can either go for the complete aggressive stances, or they can go for a very slow pace match whatsoever. But Sandhawk is not going to allow you. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going to take too much of your time. We're going to go straight into the match number 3. That is going to be the Sandhawk. The plane line you can already see, but it doesn't matter. The plane line in Sandhawk does not matter whatsoever. You can go wherever you want just by gliding from even one corner to the other corner. Even Shami right now, I'd say, is available for all of these teams. Camp Alpha is available. But my main question is still going to be, where are the teams going to take that Clash Drop? Are we going to see the Boot Camp Clash Drop? Are we going to see the Paradise Resort, Pine Non areas, or any of those campsite areas, the Charlie, Bravo, or the Alpha, where the teams might get into a tussle? But the answer to our question is the Boot Camp is the only place where the action is going to ensue, where the teams are going to take that fight. But I see T2K close to the proximity of the Team LOD as well. So the fight can actually occur in those premises as well. But Corey too? Wait a second. I'm seeing more and more action-packed areas as the players are like dropping, as the players are cementing themselves onto the ground from the air side. But right now, the only place that can actually have a fight, actually have an engagement, is the one and only boot camp area, whereas the team of VNRC is situated at. And I kind of want to see, who are they up against? Which team are they going to go against at this point? And it is AEROMACY, the team that is hungry for those elimination. They're the ones that are right now facing the knockouts on their side. And we do then have to see how AEROMACY is going to actually like hold himself out of this premises, get out of this like situation safe and sound. Because I have high hopes. Not gonna lie, the way that they have played the previous two matches, I have high hopes for them, and they are delivering those hopes. 2 down. That's a third one might that can go eliminated. That can go in a short while. Doom and RC, Mini's also low on that HP. This can be a 4 versus 4 fight where Team VE is going to take one of the Team AST, but Team AST is going to take all 4 of them. But oh, there we go. Doom and RC is going to take the second one down as well. That is the fight going 2-2, 2 versus 2. Venom low on that HP. Come on, you can do it. You can get those shots connected on towards the players. AEROMACY getting those shots connected. Doom is down. He is finished up. Tricks That's the first elimination. Zil had to, but he has been eliminated. But oh my god, Mini NRC! There we have it. It's over. Tribe AEROMACY in an instance within the first 3 minutes of the game. They managed to secure those decent number of 4 points, 4 eliminations for themselves, but at the cost of 2 of their players. But we will still see some more fights, maybe in a short while, but right now, no fight is actually going to occur. No fight is actually going to ensue, because we saw a while ago on the map where the teams are actually like residing at this point. Nobody is actually close to anyone unless they want themselves to be at this point. It is the day number 1, so you can still have the opportunity of going for some decent number of elimination without having to worry about too much worrying about the positioning of your like games or yourself into the overall ranking, because it is the round robin format. You're gonna play one match, you might not play the second one, you might play the third one, you might not play the fourth one, so it's gonna go like this. But SHREEPECH Esports so far, they're on the horses. But wait a second, what? XMPL? Come on, why? My main question is, why would he nade himself at this point? Was he stuck? Was he like stuck somewhere that he couldn't get out of unless he knocks himself out? But no, he's still there. But here we go. We have Red Queen back on the desk. We have Red Queen back on the game. Welcome back, Andy. And so far, it has just been one team that got eliminated.
I know. I have been waiting, and I have been looking at all of the trades that just happened moments ago. You know, it was an exciting one, and coming from the kill feed, I believe there's one that just got knocked down on the ground, coming from 4 death machines. And to tell you honestly, Torx, I was kind of expecting a lot of drop flashes to happen, especially in Sandhawk, but it's a slow burn for me right at the moment. And speaking of slow burn, again, we're looking at T2K getting shot at by RLX Esports. It's a little bit far, you know, we got that distance on for T2K, but RLX is kind of hitting their target. So I do wonder if T2K will do a massive counter up against RLX and maybe score some point, or are they just going to pop off those smokes and reposition themselves? What could be the next best thing for T2K?
The next best thing for the T2K is what T2K will decide for themselves. This is what I'm going to say, because they know better on what to do with their own self and their own positioning at this point. I trust them to have that judgment for themselves. But RLX, now, moving forward, once again, they're going to regroup back as a 4-man, but only has 1 car. I don't even know why. Why would you get a car in the Sandhawk map? I know it helps you. I know it helps a lot in having, like, transitioning from one position to another, but it is one of the few factors that Sandhawks and the cars that you're going to drive, you're going to get bumped into a terrain or something. The car's going to slow down. Someone's going to take you out in the premises at that point. So whatever you do, you have to make sure that you are not, like, driving recklessly at this point if you're driving whatsoever. 15 teams into the match so far and 57 players, out of which I can only see 1 team, that is JUTTI squad, out of the play zone area in the blue zone.
Yes, I don't understand having a vehicle inside Sandhawk too, because the main thing that you need to be able to pull off when you play in Sandhawk is stealth, right? You need to be sneaky with your attack. You need to lure in the opponents and set out traps here. And I guess if you're going to use a vehicle, at any point in the match here, I believe that is if you get stuck in the blue zone and you really need to, like, get from point A to point B as fast as you can. So that's the only time I think we can definitely say yes to a vehicle in Sandhawk. But okay, I mean, we do have a lot of questions, but it's up to the teams and how they're gonna play it out. So far, I believe it's working out for them. But let's see what's going to happen next, because Tribe AEROMACY already 2 casualties at the initial onset here, and they're about to go up against a full squad. So I don't know what kind of magic trick they have in store for us, but let's see if they can still emerge victorious. Now, looking at the situation here, we got at least 4 teams coming from boot camp area, okay, not necessarily coming off of that particular spot there, but from that very angle, from that very direction. And there's been trades that been happening from Tamang and the rest of the crew there up against a team who is right across the river. And we did see how one of the players come from 4 death machines was taken out of the equation there, but they still survive, right? I mean, everyone is kind of busy going for the reposition here, and for death machines right now not having a good time because they're going up against NEPX at this point.
Oh my god, it is NEPX once again into the fights. We saw them, and I have high hopes. We saw them previous match, and I have very high hopes right now at this point. But AEROMACY, when it was down, oh my god, you could have saved him. No, Tricks, you were so close, yet so far at this point. But there we go. The player is finally going to go into the safer side, and from this point onward, AEROMACY's the aggression that you were doing for the previous 2 matches, it's going to stop in this one. It's actually going to take a full stop at this one. You're going to survive from this point onward. You're not going to overdo anything, any kind of aggressions or anything, but we saw some back-to-back aggressions, we saw some back-to-back eliminations, and kill feed, the knockouts are there, VEES, D2S, TM7, Orpheus, come on. You can get the RLX player down, but the player is behind the hard cover of the rock. This is what I'm talking about. Sandhawk is the stealth. You smoke one time, you have the full potential of your covers. Nobody's seeing you. Nobody's shooting behind that rock at you whatsoever. But Orpheus, you have to not only look at one position, but also on a different dimensions, different positions as well, because I can see into the mini-map that there might be a different color for death machines right close to the proximity as well.
Popping off smokes, definitely a dead giveaway there. But what can you do in situations like that? I mean, you don't really have that much option to begin with. I mean, there's a need for you to cover yourselves as much as possible, and those smokes will definitely help them pick up their fallen comrades or whatever they need to do in that critical moment. But anyway, we got another team right here back in 1 elimination point with, I mean, this is Pick Copy from KOM. Okay, KOM. I mean, that, I think that's the safest bet. What we could do KOM. I mean, there's another team right up in front of them, so potential fight that's about to happen. But so far, we're not seeing any hard push coming from this team. Although, I mean, again, you need to be able to pull off quite a stealth tactic here when it comes to Sandhawks. So if you can hold on to a spot for as long as you can, maybe that's the best thing to do for now. I mean, we are at the early stages here, so definitely some other teams here busy with repositioning themselves and maybe still pillaging through towns, making sure they have all the resources. But that's a different story though for DRS, because they are now trying to bag some points.
Exactly. Team DRS is securing some decent number of elimination points, but you can see the SHREEPECH Esports versus LHC as well. They're also getting those engagements, and the fights are definitely happening. You can see the Royal Dragons, 1 player in fact from the team Royal Dragon, very close to the proximity of his enemies, but KOM, 1 player's down. DRS Delta, right close to the proximity. Come on, Delta. If you have any throwables, this is the right time to use them. Royal Dragon Esports, the guy, Master Zerdi, that was close to the factor of NEPX. Right now, NEPX is actually going to take the player down. It is a confirmation. Now, Frag is going to push forward. The player is getting that revive. The main question still remains, is the player going to be able to get that revival in the meantime, in the right time? But wait a second. Why would you throw that painkiller on your enemy? But the Molotov did made its way, did made its shock onto the enemies. But there we go, 1 frag grenade, and Frag is fragged out. Royal Dragon is flushed out. NEPX, that's 4 elimination without even a single casualty at this point. Amazingly done. You can see DRS also getting some decent number of elimination, decent number of teams wiped out in this match. I think I saw DRS's name into the wipeout side, but no, they're not the one. But so far, what we can see is SHREEPECH Esports versus ZOR. The fight is happening. 43 players are remaining, and I don't know what's going on at this point.
It's it's a three-way battle happening in front of us, ladies and gents, and we've got JUTTI over here picking up his teammate. I mean, he's letting the other two teams battle it out as well. XMPL not exactly sure if he's low in HP or has been taken down. But as for JUTTI, we've got Woki with a very good angle. I mean, he is definitely providing some sort of support to the rest of the team, which they definitely need right now. XMPL throwing up a nade here, completely missing his target, but it was Giante who caught a nade to the face there. Same thing goes for NEPX. Domain already out of the match.
Oh my god. 3 eliminations so far for the JUTTI squad, and up against the DRS. They're not looking good for the DRS at this point. You can see Giante super low outside of the circle. He's getting that damage back to back. Delta trying, but giving out his position. This could have been detrimental. This single grenade could have been the demise of this guy, but Delta, once again, another grenade comes his way. He survives. He gets into the cover. Once again, Example gets the player down, but JUTTI gets Delta down as well. So it's a trade-off. It's trade-off back-to-back happening. Come on, Example. You could have taken the player down, but Zrox, he managed to take down 2, not 1, but 3 of the DRS. Wait a second, what? But that single grenade is going to take Zrox down. KRYT now have the perfect opportunity. Go in, get the casualty, revive your teammates. Revive them as soon as possible. But now, it's not the time for the revival.
Oh, no.
You're not going to be able to revive. You're not going to be able to, because the state number 4 is just that deadly.
Oh man, okay, DRS definitely not having a good time here. I mean, it's a crucial point. There were a lot of teams that they dealt with just moments ago. You know, it's a back and forth trade, which is beautifully done by DRS. Although they suffered 2 casualties, the fact of the matter is they were able to emerge victorious from that. Clash was able to bag some points. I guess by now they need to be smart in everything they do from this point on, and just I guess just find a very good spot for them inside Sandhog where they can capitalize and bag more elimination points. I mean, there's still placement points that they still need to collect. So I guess that's where they should focus their energy from now on. You know, like Longevity still plays a great game here. Looking at RLX stage 4 in this match, 1 elimination point for the team. I think they're doing good. There's also a couple of teams that might head towards the same direction. But JUTTI squad just got eliminated from this match. So we're looking at 12 teams remaining, ladies and gents.
We have 33 players remaining, but oh, wait a second. Destro. You did a decent number of damage on the player, but come on, look at the car. Look at the bike. Look at the bike. You can see it. You can shoot at it. Sana, you could do it as well. Dilla. Come on, you're looking at the backside. I can see that, but 12 teams. There's still 12 teams. And this is huge. This is very huge at this point. If you're looking at this point, the momentum that the team has secured for themselves, Syndicate is one of the teams that gets fleshed out from this point onward. We are down to 11 from right now from this positioning, but oh my god, NEPX, you beast, you beauty, the sprays, the precision, the way these guys are actually getting those connections on the players. Oh my god, this is way too good.
I know, right? I mean, obviously NEPX's goal for day number 1 of the playoffs is to really bag a lot of elimination points. Not just elimination points. I mean, a lot of points overall, just to make sure they have enough buffer to get into day number 2 and kind of have that lead compared to the rest of the teams here, which is, of course, a very good tactic. I mean, if you do have that space, you know, that little space you can work on, if you have a bad game, I think, you know, that would be a great plan for them, because I mean, if you have a bad game and if you do have enough points, you know, to set up that lead, then it's not going to be a problem for you if, you know, like if you commit any mistakes from inside the game. But let's see. I mean, NEPX trying to get close to the fire here, but can they be like a moth succumbing to the fire? Because right now they're going up against KOM. Then again, they do have the advantage just because we're looking at the last player here. So I believe if NEPX don't necessarily go for that engagement just yet, then KOM has a chance to pick up his teammate and maybe, just go to a safe place for now because it is not looking too good for them.
It is not looking good for anyone at this point. I'd say everyone is kind of like in a pinch, one way or another. But oh my god, come on, Dilla! Why would you do that? Why would you be out in the complete open, just prone down against all the players? But try AEROMACY, I have to give it to these guys. Surviving with a solo player is a big salute to these guys. But RLX, they're going to take the better of him. It's going to be over for the players. There we have it. NEPX, LOD, KOM, VET, M7, RLX, RC, 4DM, and T2K. The only teams that are right now alive, that are right now surviving from this point onward. The situation is kind of not looking good for any of these players. You can see 4 death machines outside of the circle, no healing whatsoever. He's going to just give his elimination to the circle. The play zone is going to take him out. And right with this, NEPX in the circle. But for how long? Because the circle is about to take another shift. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Circle's going to go somewhere that might not be in the favor of any of these team members, any of these teams. NEPX, in fact, is not in the favor of the circle. 100 meters outside. RLX is also 123 meters outside. But the best part about all of this is, for the Team RLX is down to 4 men. So is RC32, so is T2K, so is RLX and LOD. These 4 teams with a full squad have the potential to overturn anyone at any point.
I mean, so far everything's working out for the side of NEPX. They have the momentum, they have the consistency, they were able to score a lot of elimination points, and now they're looking at, scoring potential LMs right up in front of them. And I mean, you're right. They don't have the circle for now, but I guess they still have quite a very good plan to execute just to make sure that they bag the WWCD this time. I mean, they have been consistent during Erangel and Miramar, performing great for us. So perhaps for this round, since the 3rd time is a charm here, maybe they can score the chicken dinner today. I mean, 6 elimination points, my goodness me. But enough of that. We're looking at LOD NEXUS, but unfortunately LOD NEXUS is not on the winning side. But hey, maybe NEXUS over here, kiddo, can maybe pull off a clutch and be the saving grace. Hello.
Oh my god, NEXUS kiddo, you tried your best, but you couldn't succeed. LOD NEXUS out of the match. We were so many teams into the game, and right now, as another circle is taking the shift, we are down to the top 5, ladies and gentlemen. RLX getting eliminated by the play zone as well. Another player, another team getting finished off. NEPX with a 7 elimination, 3 men still standing. The player can get that survival done on him, but he's out in the open, in the complete open. The situation can overturn on this guy if the smokes vanishes, if the smoke fades. VET M7 down to the last guy. I want to see where that guy is actually situated on. RC in fact 32, 4 man, T2K 4 man. So judging from the statistics side of the number of players alive, I can totally say both of these teams have the highest chance, highest probability of securing that chicken dinner. But you never know, NEPX. Even in the last match, NEPX did a very amazing job. So I'm not going to be surprised if NEPX is that team instead of all the other teams that might get that chicken dinner. But me and my mouth. And NEPX is down to the last guy, ladies and gentlemen. And in a single spray shot, it's over for them. VE, TM7 gets that final nail in the coffin. And with this, we are down to the top 3. 1 versus 3 versus 4 so far.
I guess it's okay, it's not going to take a toll on them. With their amazing performance from Miramar and Erangel, that sets them apart. They were able to create that lead we were talking about just moments ago. And as for T2K, maybe this is the redemption that we have been looking for. The first 2 matches didn't really work out for T2K. In fact, there was only little point that they were able to put up on the board. So now they have the chance to score the chicken dinner here. A whopping 37% that is. But VE, this last remaining player right here on the screen, is making it hard. Obviously, T2K managing both teams here. And no, Toodle Love just got knocked down on the ground. And now RC32 has, of course, the chance to eliminate the remaining players of T2K as well. T2K might be on the edge of getting eliminated. And yes, unfortunately, T2K received the boot out of Sandhawk.
You know, if Team VE didn't had interfered, this could have been the chicken dinner for the team T2K, but no. Right now, it is a VE 2S that is going to get eliminated, and right with this, we have a chicken dinner on our screen. Amazing job, and with the 4 ban standing, this is one thing that we usually don't talk about at any point in time, and now that we are talking about the positions, the teams that are surviving in this kind of a zone, this kind of a displacement, with 4 man till the very end. And this is one thing that every team should be learning from. Surviving with a 4 man, even surviving with the 4 man whatsoever, even if you're not like trying to get that chicken dinner for yourself, is a huge momentum giver for you. It is the RC32 Esports this time around that's going to get that chicken dinner. But the highlights, we see VE and RC. We saw VE and RC versus the tribe AEROMACY, where the fight went to a 2 versus 2, and in the very end, it is the tribe AEROMACY that managed to secure those eliminations for themselves, get those 4 eliminations done, and took that first fight out of the equation.
I know Tribe AEROMACY hasn't scored a chicken dinner just yet, but if we're going to be judging their performance, from the first match down to the third match this evening, I can say that they are high performing, pretty consistent as well, especially with the Ellens. It was a double-digit score moments ago, so I feel like they already have that momentum going on for them. And also the fact that NEPX, they're currently at the top spot, when we talk about consistency, just look at that. That was a nade beautifully done by NEPX. Obviously, you don't want to stay in just one spot, and NEPX capitalized on that situation and therefore just went at it. They seized that opportunity, and it's working out for them. So I guess it's safe to say that NEPX at this moment is kind of the most unstoppable force out.
We are. With this match concluded, we are actually halfway done of the playoffs. The day number 1. There's only going to be 2 more matches. That is Erangel and the Miramar once again. But right now, this is the final moments. NEPX, RC32, they managed to secure those elimination against the T2K first of all. Then they managed to secure the VEEA2S TM7 as well. So it's a back-to-back. Those elimination, those fights that happened, that ensued, and with this, RC32 managed to secure 4 eliminations out of all the eliminations that they could have got, and a chicken dinner on top of that. So 14 points whatsoever they managed to secure for themselves. Anish has 2, Classy has 2, and the rest of the players has 0 whatsoever. That is Sama, that is Ninja. So with this, even you can see Ninja with 0% contribution, 0% damage. So this is something very, very unique. But there we go. 22% headshot ratio, 70% body, 6% once again leg, 21 minutes of the survival time with 3 eliminations, 0 assists, 50% contribution, and 672 damage. Onto the player side, MVP, average data, and the player data you can see on your screen with the MVP average and how the player has done it. On top of that, it is a Rifa from the VETM7. Oh, it changed. Ooh. That is true. But right now, if you're talking about the match summary, it is 56 elimination, 6,007 damage, 59 knocks, 9 headshots, 1 airdrop looted, 115 of the throwable used, total reviews 319 is the longest elimination in Sandhawk. What? That is a big boy and number right there. But here we go. We have the match ranking, 14 total points for the team RC32 Esports. Then we have 12 for the VEE2S, NEPX 12, T2K 11, RLX 9, LOD NEXUS with the 6, alongside of JUTTI Squad with the 6 as well, and Killer Mountain with the 4.
I mean, all I can say here, NEPX Esports can't stop recognizing the gameplay coming from this young bloods. 12. It's always a double-digit finish coming from this team, which is pretty amazing, I can say. RC, VE, and the other team here that finished with a double-digit score, which is T2K Esports. Again, by far, this is the most improved gameplay for T2K. And I'm just hoping that, consistency, they can pull it off, they can maintain that, because playing at a high level pace can be exhausting. But then again, this will prove, how good they are in terms of, endurance. It's 6 matches per day, so there's a need for them to still kind of pick up the pace here. And as for Tribe AEROMACY scoring just 4 points for this round, Torix, I guess, during the first matches this evening, Tribe AEROMACY did amazingly well. So even though this third match in Sandhawk is kind of underwhelming, but still they were able to, score some points, which is absolutely great. The important thing is to not exit the game empty-handed. And so as long as you put on the coins, put on the numbers onto the scoreboard, you're going to be safe.
You definitely are. You definitely are going to be safe if you don't get 0 points. You need at least averagely, I'd say, 5-7 points, and you're good to go. You're good to go for all the matches for the day number 1, day number 2. I'd say day number 3. On the other hand, that is where you need to start getting more points for yourself. But nonetheless, this was the match number 3. We are officially past the halfway point. We are actually further than the halfway point. So 3/5 of the matches have been done. Only 2 matches more remain. That is Erangel, the next one, and the one after that is going to end on the Miramar. We're going to end our day on the Miramar, but yes, Erangels and Miramars. The teams that played the Erangels and Miramars first, some of them, let me tell you, Andy, some of them will not be playing it again. The first Miramar, yes, they played. They might not play the second Miramar. The teams that played the first Erangel, they might not play the second Erangel at this point. So some things are needed to be done by these teams. If they've completed their matches for today, they need to go back to the drawing board. They need to know what they did wrong, what they did right, how they're gonna use this similar performance into the next day, the day number 2 as well, for themselves. But right with this, we have to take a guess on how the next Erangel is gonna be. And do you have any thoughts on that?
To be honest, we don't exactly have the data for now, since this is just day 1 of the competition. I guess we can be more accurate on how good these teams are going to perform and how consistent they can be inside the battlefield if we finish all of the matches for today. But if you're going to ask me which of the 16 teams here are performing quite consistently, I will have to say NEPX, we've got RC, we've got the Royal GURKHAS as well. So let's see. Tribe AEROMACY. Tribe AEROMACY is still one of the teams that I feel like they always score a double-digit points, at the end of the matches. But more of the action, ladies and gents. Please don't dare change the channel. Stay here and watch the PMNC South Asia with Red Queen and Torix. So don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
Let it. Let it. Let it. Let it.
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to the PMNC South Asia Spring 2025. We are once again back after the half-day point of the day number 1. And with me, once again, this is Torix and this side.
This side.
I'm
Where
not
do I
sure
look?
why I'm always
Here.
looking over there, but I need to look over here. There you are, Andy. There you are. We have
Hello,
Red
Torix.
Queen Andy, the one and only on the caster desk for that match number 4 as well. And as we were talking about the previous matches, the aggressions and everything that the teams are providing, AEROMACY is one of the few names. Something needs to be done from this point onward, as we are past the water testing points. The team has tested the waters into the first Erangel and the Miramars. From this point onward, what they need to do is they need to make sure that they cement themselves into the point structure.
And like what I've mentioned before we took a break just moments ago, right? I mean, NEPX, I believe, is the most consistent team so far, from the get-go. I mean, they were able to score a lot of points in each of the matches here, as you can see on the screen. They haven't really scored the chicken dinner just yet, but in terms of consistency, I think they're pretty accurate. That is the reason why maybe they are at the top spot for now. I'm pretty sure that we will see a lot of momentum shift happen, for this day. And I even thought we're gonna play 6 matches here, but it's only going to be 5 matches, so 2 more
Yes.
chances for all the teams to make something of themselves for day number 1, and it's going to be in Erangel. So this is again the bread and butter for most of the teams, if not all, and their final chance to really bag enough elimination to make sure that they climb up ranks. Because again, we talked about this a while ago, Torix, that you need to be able to set a little bit of buffer, just to make sure that you have enough lead for day number 2, and that will kind of boost your confidence to really perform great, in all of the matches. And perhaps that could be the main factor wherein you could be the top dogs in the yard, so to speak.
You can be. That is the thing. At this point, like while we're looking at this full map, we're seeing Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok. That has been done. That has been done. But the Erangel and Miramar from this point onward, the match number 4 and match number 5, it's coming. And this time around, ladies and gentlemen, it is none other than Erangel. Here we go. The plane has taken its flight, going all the way from the Nova Pnoi up to the western side. I think Hospital might be accessible, but no, Quarry's
Wow.
western region. Ouch! Oh my God, this is definitely gonna hurt a lot of players, a lot of teams from this point onward.
Yes. But it's going to be all the more fun for us. I mean, right? This is a very different flight path that we've experienced just, during the first Erangel for this evening. And now it has taken, quite at the bottom of Erangel. Of course, military base is still under the flight path. We've seen a couple of teams drop in this specific location, but I guess we're going to see more than those teams that we've seen during the first Erangel. But yeah, we've got plenty of space to go for the northern side. So I do wonder if teams will go for the vehicles for now and maybe rotate over to the northern side, to pillage through towns and just make sure they have enough resources before they get into battle over here. But so far, everyone's has already opened up their chutes. During the first Erangel, we've seen the initial circle favor the eastern part of the map here. So just waiting for a few more seconds before we see where the circle will land. So right now, it had favored the Jorgapul area, and we've seen at least 3 teams go down to that particular spot over there. But it's a little bit far from the flight path, so perhaps we might see some of the teams up to like maybe drop around Druins, Gatka, or even the south of Jorgopul. But as for the other teams, I think they've already settled. We've got a lot of teams over to the coastal part of the main peninsula. So let's see what kind of rotation we will be seeing coming from this 16 teams. And now, VE on the screen. There's still a complete squad here, but I do believe this is going to be quite a drop clash because Domain coming from the rooftop, making it rain of bullets, and was able to shut down not just one, but 2 of the players coming from the opposition. And now Mukesh is right here to back his boy up. Precious is going to be scouting the area and unleashing havoc at the initial stage of the match here. Wow, what a performance NEPX.
I love the aggression that NEPX is actually showing in today's matches at the very least. And because of that aggression, they're actually on the top leaderboard overall standing. But oh my God, LXC, that's 2 players down. The third one trying his level best for the 1897 to get those shots connected on the players. But oh, come on. The player's going to go down from the window side, and instantly he's going to take down the third one as well. Now down to the very last guy. They're going to actually find him. They're actually going to go behind him to take him down. Let me tell you, Manko, you're the only hope. You are the one and only hope for the team, and the team that is killer of Mountain at this point. They're actually giving your position away as well. The guy that is knocked out, Mad Boy, he is providing your position to the team members of his, but Monko, he's low on that HP. Finally, 1897, will it work? Will it get those shots connected on the player? The answer is no. He misses everything, and it's over. LHC gets eliminated by the hand of Team Hang.
The last hope didn't work out for him, so episode 4 just got shut down. Anyway, I don't know if you understand a reference, but if you're a fan, you're a fan. You know. 15 teams remaining here, ladies and gents, and again, we are just at stage 1, but we did kind of witness the first team to get the boot off of Erangel. Again, this is already the second to last match here, and of course, another chance for the teams to still make it happen. T2K, again, the first 2 matches was kind of underwhelming for them, but T2K was able to come back strong during the third match here, so I do hope they can bring in that same kind of energy back to the 4th round because they are going to need it. So for now, they are at Gatka, pillaging through the houses here, getting everything that they need before they get into any battles. They're having some sort of meeting here to where it's like, okay, do you have enough resources? Do you have enough ammo? Do you have enough bullets here? You got DP28? Yeah, man, I got a DP28. I got a M416 over here. So we're kind of ready to attack. So we'll definitely wait for T2K to really have that confidence, I guess, to just maybe look for trouble here. Because again, there's a need for them to kind of just take it up a notch.
Yes, but what I'm seeing in this match is the way it was so aggressive into the first one. There is no aggression whatsoever right now at this point. 56 players are remaining. Yes, 15 teams are alive. LHC is the team that got early eliminated. Yes, but aside from that, you can see the rest of the teams, majority of them are Witch, 4 men, NRC down to the 2, but oh my god, as soon as I call out that the game is going stale, someone has to get eliminated. Someone has to go back to the lobby or the spectator seat at this point. But there we go. Team RC 32, they're getting back-to-back eliminations on their side. Down to the very last guy. Nedza, the only hope, 686 on the reload, and it's over. The player rushes in, gets that confirmation, and Syndicate with a 4 elimination on the casualty of one of their player. 4-to-1 ratio. I think it's a it could have been better.
You know, you keep saying the only hope, and I was kind of thinking of this song sang by a girl, a very famous one. You're my only hope. But anyway, we're gonna go back to that in just a while because we can see Mukesh here just having a rapid spray up against his opponents. But considering the distance, I don't think those bullets are definitely going to connect. But NEPX is about ready to go looking for trouble here, ladies and gents. Stage 1, but they're looking aggressive, bagging 2 elimination points now. And again, you know, NEPX continues to be at the top spot here with 45 total points, you know, in the overall ranking, which is quite an outstanding performance, I can say. And we do expect, you know, for NEPX to continue on dominating this tournament, perhaps because they came in fresh from the 7th place from the PMGO, and I just feel like they've carried over that momentum, that energy as well back into this competition, and just really eager to bang on their chest and prove to the world that they are the next team to watch out for.
That is actually true at this point. Everyone is very cautious. This is one thing that I've so far sort of that judged at this point, that in this match, everyone's playing very carefully. They're not over pushing. They're not over aggressing. They're not getting any kind of like overstepping moments for themselves that can put themselves into the harm's way. Yes, they are still getting picked off into the rotation sectors. But aside from that, you can see everyone is very cautious around their own areas because they know how the first angle went for them. And because of that, they were more cautious, at least in this one. But it is 14 teams, and the first circle is about to turn off. The 15 teams, in fact, and the first circle is about to like come down. DRS, they can take the fight against the team that is on the western side area that is still trying to get inside the circle. That is SYN, SYN. So the one thing that we can know for sure is the western side is not fully covered. Not outside the circle, outside the blue, not in the circle. Because you can see, even in the circle, there's 3 teams at the very corner of the western side area that at any point the fight can ensue.
You're right. I mean, with this, we did call it out just moments ago, you know, during the flight path. I mean, we did see a lot of teams headed towards that same location. So I feel like they're just waiting for the right opportunity to knock each other out. And I mean, obviously they cannot leave this place without settling the score here. And so, you know, the fight is definitely going to happen. You can see that VE right now down to their last 2 players dealing with 4 death machines. And I feel like if they don't play their cards right, oh, this might be the end of the line for them because they don't really have that enough advantage up against 4 death machines here. They're getting flushed out, but by those nades. But let's see, maybe they can flip the script here, turn the tables up against 4 death machines, and maybe win the fight. But as for now, they're not moving at all. I mean, they're waiting for 4 death machines to actually come at them. But oh, with that knockdown from behind, it is not going to work out for the side of VP because, well, 4 death machines, they see what they're gonna do, and that's exactly what they did. That is, of course, to bag those elimination points.
They did bag those elimination points for themselves. They're down to 13 teams. The team that is actually on the hashtag number 4, they got finished up early on in this match. NRC, I don't know what's happening to them. Only 10 points so far in the past 3 matches and kind of eliminated in this one as well. LHC, just a single point. But OPZ, wait a second, after all those matches, there's still one team that hasn't even got a single point, and that is OPZ. I'm glad to see OPZ still alive and not being the first team, in fact, to get eliminated. So this is definitely a start for the OPZ. But what we need to know, what we need to see, is the fact that how Mystic is right now struggling outside the circle, how they're trying to get inside that circle as well, but the zone's closing in 18 seconds, 17. T2K on the Mount Everest just completely like cementing themselves into the position, and that is a good position, I would say, for them at this point, because judging from the fact that the circle was the western side corner, this Mount Everest might actually be the centralized position, and that is exactly what's going to happen. It's going to become the very building block, the very center position of the area, of the circle, of the radius. Now, what you need to do is get back all your players on top of there and make sure that nobody's actually closing in, even to your right, left, up and down, anywhere in the premises.
Yeah, this is amazing. I mean, that mountain is definitely the focal point here. As for T2K, okay, I can say that they're in a very good spot, but the question is, can they defend that position effectively? I mean, it already came from you, right? There will be a ton of teams that will definitely head towards that direction, that will try to climb that mountain right there to make sure that they have a great vantage point as well. But T2K, they've already camped in that particular spot, but to defend it, it is a different story. It's going to be an uphill battle for most of the teams that will be coming from down below, and I'm pretty sure, you know, at the foot of that mountain, it will be bloody because there will be a lot of fights that's definitely going to happen. And we've got DRS on your screen at the moment. They know that there is a player from inside that house, but perhaps, you know, the hesitation is coming from, okay, are they a squad? Is there a team will lurk in the proximity? But then again, this is DRS, the real soldiers. They know what to do in this time of situation. So perhaps they're not going after the teams that are right behind them, or perhaps they're going after the team that is camping from inside the house. But as for Syndicate, oh man, that is the end of the line. That is it.
That is definitely it. Another team gets finished off. But MTD Twisted, 4. Come on. 2 players are down. The rest of the 2, they need to get inside that circle as soon as possible. 1 minute more before the circle actually closes in. And this is a really nice strategy that they have thought right now by going outside of the circle, taking the bridge on the long side, try to like take some damage from the circle. Because it's the stage number 3, you're not going to get a lot of damage on your side, so you're still good to go at this point. But 12 teams. The main concerning thing is 12 teams and the stage number 4 that is about to happen, that is about to come. And because of the previous circle, even the stage number 3 that had the Mount Everest as a pinnacle point, as a centered position, you don't have a lot of places to like cement yourself or hide yourself from all the various angles that can be used against you. HAINA Esports, 4-man, 0 eliminations. But NEPX once again hungry for the elimination. Mukesh closing in, getting those knockouts and those confirmation. That's the 3rd elimination that the team NEPX is going to have for themselves. Mukesh find a slight damage from the grenade. It's just a slight damage, but once again, the circle is going to go to the Mount Everest side, slightly tilted towards the northern area where the 4 death machines are right now residing. They can easily get inside that circle. The containers are their friendly neighborhood for now, but Mukesh, you need to right now go fight against the Royal Dragons and take them out if you want to get out of this area.
You know, T2K has been favored by the PUBG gods. Obviously, they need to capitalize on this situation as much as possible. They need to score a lot of points. You know, they have the best vantage point so far, so I do hope to really maximize that overall position. I mean, sure, you know, there will be teams headed towards, you know, like climbing up the mountain there to take that spot away from T2K, but they have the opportunity here to kind of just really go on a rampage and really score a lot of points. So I'm curious to see what kind of tactics we are going to witness coming from T2K. But as for the teams that will be coming from down below, I think before they can even get onto that mountain right there, oh, I mean, there will be a lot of trades that's definitely going to happen. A lot of back and forth situation from the teams. Now, NEPX, okay, continue on to be strong, but oh, that's gotta hurt coming from Suba of Royal Dragon Esports. So let's see if they can still pick up their teammate. But as for the side of RD, we're also looking at 1 casualty here. What? The fight is actually happening outskirts, you know, outside of the zone.
Leave Suba here, but look at Kayla and Frag. They're actually pushing on the NEPX for some reason, and because of that, Frag got eliminated. Precious came in for the fight, but Suba got that elimination on him. Knockdown, it will be a confirmation in a while. Rex, Precious, both the players are right now down and eliminated. Domain, Mukesh, the only 2 guys right now that are alive. They're going to get out of this premises as soon as possible, as soon as they can. This is what I was talking about. You need to take down the Royal Dragons if you wanted to leave this position unscathed. You didn't. You tried to leave the premises, and you got scratched. Not only scratched, you got heavily damaged at this point, and the rest of the things, DR take care of that. The main gets taken down. It is up to Mukesh. Mukesh is not going to survive. Killer is going to take him out, and NEPX with that is out of the match as well. A team that is on the hashtag #1 in the previous 3 matches is right now has been eliminated. Not that early on, but yeah, still early on.
Oh man, that mountain is gonna turn red. So who's gonna paint it red? That is the big question, ladies and gents, because we still got 11 teams remaining for stage #4 here. So before we get back into the mountain of death, that's what we are gonna call it for now. We are seeing 4 death machines about to go up against RLX. RLX, I can say that it's not the best of spots since, you know, they're pretty surrounded by 2 teams here. But as for 4 death machines, it's 6 strong elimination points. And now Aditya is getting damage coming from that nade, but Big definitely will answer back up against RLX. Can he be accurate? No, that is the big question as well. But as for the kill feed, it's definitely lighting up. But, ooh, there's another team that got eliminated by NEPX?
Yes. No, NEPX. Wait, really? Did that happen?
Yeah. Or no, NEPX is already out of the game.
Yeah.
But I just saw their name.
Maybe they did the most damage on that team. Maybe because of that.
Maybe.
Thinks it like that. Maybe because of that. But yeah, we will have to see about it. We will have to know about it in a detailed manner. But right now, talking about the death machines. So look at that. They are pushing in like death machines. All 4. Now 8 eliminations down to the very last guy of the team, RLX. Come on, RLX. What are you going to do? But oh my god, the smoke grenade actually like bounced back in the home, bounced back into the shed. You have to be careful on where you're shooting, where you're throwing your stuff, man. 4 DM with machines. Situation might not be like in the true favor of you guys because of the smoke that has been like laid down, and Destro manages to secure 1 elimination at the very least, and making a hard-hitting move on the 4 death machines before getting fully eliminated. We are down to the top 8, ladies and gentlemen. OPZ still alive.
Oh.
This is what I needed to point it out. OPZ is still somewhere alive in all of this chaos that's ensuing.
I feel like for DRS, they all know that the teams are getting ready, prepping themselves up to head towards the mountain, and I guess they capitalize on that information and set themselves up, as well. They're still outside of the zone, but they were able to score a lot of points. 5 strong points to be exact. So this is also quite an improvement onto the side of DRS. But right now, they will have to deal with T2K, who have been camping here for quite some time already. So I'm pretty sure that they have all the points here covered. DRS will definitely go at it. They will try to take T2K out of the equation. Of course, that is the name of the game, right? It is a survival game after all. But a Delta here is not yet focused onto T2K, but focused onto the teams that will still try to climb those mountain. And I guess you need to grow a pair of eyes at the back of your heads just to maintain and defend this position. But then again, DRS have showcased their skills and how good they are and talented they are at playing PUBG Mobile. So I guess we don't need to worry about DRS. Experience is definitely going to be playing out from here then on. As for HAINA Esports, I've seen this team compete, and so far I can say that they are struggling a bit, for the PMNC. No score just yet. I mean, 1 elimination point to be fair. Okay, I mean it's good enough, but overall their performance is kind of underwhelming for now. But maybe if they can go through the first broadcast for the PMNC, they will have the chance to recalibrate some of their tactics and maybe tailor fit here to just make sure that they they meet their needs for this competition. So far, HAINA Esports needs to really go back to the drawing board and talk about what is wrong with their overall gameplay. 6 teams remaining. Stage 6 here. The zone, I feel like it's about to go down and leave the peak of the mountain here.
From what I can assume, it's gonna keep the corner of the mountain. Where exactly right now the T2K is residing, that's where the centralized position is going to be. And oh my god, imagine if it happens. Everyone is going to be in the chaos. We are in the top 6 teams, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the top 6 teams, and out of which 5 of the teams are actually on the hashtag number 7 onward all the way down to the 15. The only team from the top 3 positions is the Team RG with a solo man, HAINA Esports, right now pushing towards the team at DRS at this point. And judging from the position, I don't think so. None of them is actually going to take that fight unless someone leaves their corner, leaves their safe side area, and pushes forward to cement themselves somewhat into a decent position at the corner of the mountain. I don't think any of the fights is actually going to happen. But there we go. Example, shot at the car. Unknowingly, he didn't even know there was a car. We didn't know there was a car until the car actually got out of that smoke, in fact. But example, couldn't get that shot in from the players, but there we go. Pika, he's finally gonna get that knockdown, but Royal GURKHAS is actually gonna steal those elimination. Royal GURKHAS, amazingly done, not only surviving as the top 2 second place contender, but getting some eliminations, stealing some eliminations from your peers, your opponents, that can potentially hinder your performance if they got those eliminations to their name.
At some point, I thought you were gonna say Pikachu, but anyway,
oh my God.
Getting back into the action here, DRS still quite pretty strong from their position, and they're coming after another team here, which is HAINA Esports, I believe. Yeah, they're throwing a lot of nades here, back and forth, but they're not hitting their targets just yet. But as for Love of T2K, okay, he knows there's someone who might leave that compound, and here comes the massive spray, the rain, and Love bags the point, was able to get the job done, which brings us down to just 5 teams remaining here, ladies and gents. And T2K, what a turnaround. They still maintain their strong position, and of course the biggest chance here of scoring the winner chicken dinner. They still have all of their players intact, but I can say the same for DRS. They're still a complete squad here. They do have the number advantage, which is of course will come a long way to make sure to get that WWCD. So this is going to be an epic showdown for for stage number 6 here with 5 teams remaining.
It is 5 teams remaining, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, at this point, we can see the OPZ Esports now with a solo player. 2 eliminations. Yay! Great job to these guys. A great start. Nonetheless, they came late, but they are coming in strong because top 4 position is a good number. Is a decent number, I would say. No matter how you look at it, it is a decent number. No matter who's mocking them, no matter what's anyone saying to them, they need to focus on their game from this point onward. But T2K Esports, DRS, these are the 2 giants that are right now against each other. But the backside, Saube, come on. You had the opportunity, at least you could have knocked the player down, but no. You came a little weak over there, instantly got picked off just because of the position. You were completely out in the open, surrounded by just a single tree. The only cover that you had was that tree. So now it's the top 3. It's the top 3 giants. And not only that, Andy, it is a 4 versus 4 versus 4 battle. Every single one of these teams have their full potential, full team alive. So it is the clash right now for these giants at this point. And Igneous, come on, you need to move forward. You need to use that S12K takedown example. You can do this, but you have to be very careful on how you are approaching the situation because of the rest of the players of DRS that are actually on top of the mountain.
I mean, all 3 teams here that we can see from stage 7 coming from Nepal. And judging by the situation, coming from the mini map, I feel like T2K is already okay with the zone control here. So I guess what T2K needs to do in this situation is really play their cards right and just really be patient. Although DRS, the advantage that they have is that they are on top of everyone else.
Oh my
here.
God.
So all they need to do is just really throw in a lot of nades here to kind of disorient the remaining teams. But DRS now going to divide and conquer. Position themselves. So let's see what's going to happen as T2K and HAINA Esports are kind of pointing their guns towards DRS. So DRS is again not in the best of spots at the moment, and they might be the first team to be taken out of the 3 teams remaining.
I just realized I predicted the right circle. T2K was in the center, and once again the circle has shifted towards that corner of the Mount Everest. T2K has the most viable, most amazing position that they can possibly think of. Igneous is going to take down Delta. Now, down to 3 players. Come on. No, Igneous, you don't need to do that instantly. That's a punishment going on for the T2K side. Igneous, as he's right now down, if Example comes in to get that confirmation, he might be facing a lot of shots against him. But through love. No, that's 3 angles that have been compromised. He has been compromised from 3 different angles. But OG, T2K OG, come on, you're looking at Deontay. You're not over pushing, you're not over peaking, and you're not over like stepping your boundaries that you're going to shoot at the players. But oh my God, HAINA Esports. I would say let T2K just hold the position down, let HAINA Esports take down DRS, and then take down HAINA Esports as a 3rd party, because that's exactly, I think so, what T2K has in mind. But Example is going to go down. Example with Deontay. Now both of the players from the TRS is going to go down, and in an instance, the fight has gone to a 4 versus a 3, out of which both parties has one of their players knocked out, and meaning this is a 3 versus 2 scenario. The players are giving out that survival. HAINA Esports is a full squad. Once again, T2K is a 3-man, but T2K has the high probability, the zone advantage, whereas the HAINA Esports, they will have to like enter the circle. T2K can just hold down the fort whatsoever. But there we go, the random shots inside the smoke just definitely gonna hurt Ajaya. Now Ajaya needs to get into a safer side, take the fight from a different angle, different approach. Ajaya is at the very close vicinity of the HAINA Esports player, that is Nodzu. But look at the rest of the players. That is OG, Igneous. They're outside, struggling from the blue zone. As they will enter, they will receive a lot of damage on their side. So one thing that needs to be done is the fact that how T2K is actually gonna hold their force down, how HAINA Esports is actually gonna take the premises from the T2K for themselves.
HAINA definitely dictating the pace of the game here, ladies and gents. They have the biggest chance of scoring the chicken dinner. And there you go. Beautifully executed by HAINA Esports, eliminating two giants, T2K and a DRS, therefore securing the WWCD of the night here during the fourth match this evening. Whew, man, that was quite a convincing win coming from HAINA Esports.
That is an amazing start. HAINA Esports did a really great job. I loved how the top three contenders, the top three giants at the very end, they were all 4-man standing. And from that point onward, everyone had the equal chance of like cementing themselves into the positions, getting that chicken dinner. So that was a 3-way deadlock going around, and HAINA Esports came out strong. The way that they came out strong is an amazing one, and from that point onward, they got that chicken dinner. Going to the highlights, we start with our very first knockdown, the very first elimination. That is from the NEPX side. NEPX was that team that once again, even in this match, they were ready to take that bloodshed for themselves and give it to the other enemies as well, because the 4 eliminations that they managed to get at that early stage, then move into the LHC versus the Killer of Mountains. That was an insane fight too.
Yeah, we've already anticipated the kind of gameplay that we're going to see coming from T2K. I mean, you know, we already know that the focal point of the circle was, in fact, that Gakka Mountain. And since they were able to like get to that particular spot, you know, the first team that was able to secure that spot, that's exactly what they did. You know, they capitalized on that situation, maximized everything they could get out from that spot right there, and was able to get enough elimination points. Okay, they weren't able to score the chicken dinner, but you know, I feel like they did everything that they could just to make sure they remain competitive, you know, in this match, and they were able to pull off quite an aggressive gameplay coming from T2K. And as for HAINA, I mean, they just really waited for that right opening wherein they could join into the mix there. I mean, a while ago it was DRS who was like at the top of both of the teams there. They had the very good vantage point, but I feel like something went wrong, like a mishap of some sort. And HAINA Esports, they took that advantage as well and kind of delivered, you know, quite havoc of a gameplay. And I guess that was the very reason why they were able to score this chicken dinner, day number 1 of the playoffs at the PMNC South Asia.
That is true. That is true. They were making sure that they took the advantage of all the havocs that were actually happening towards their areas. But I do love the fact that T2K Esports, even though till the very end, they gave a really good fight. Not even T2K, but all these 3 teams, DRS, T2K, HAINA Esports, because we were looking at them at the bottom side of the overall ranking. They were below the hashtag number 7, and these matches, this match in particular, is definitely going to help them a lot on the fact to come out at least in the top 5 scenario. WWCD stats on our screen: HAINA, Slayer gets 2 elimination, Pika gets 3, Nodzu 0, and Himson with the 1, making a total of 6 elimination, meaning 16 points will be given out to HAINA Esports in this particular match from this point onward. 181 damage with 2 eliminations, 447 damage with the 3 eliminations, and HAINA Esports Himson's 285 with 1 elimination to his name. Again, I don't know what is up with these teams. This is the 4th time, Andy, that I'm looking at one player with zero contribution whatsoever.
Maybe they're cheerleaders, you know. Like, I can't exactly imagine a team like having one player not really contributing to anything, but perhaps, you know, he is the one maybe looking
responsible
out
for heals
to, like, yeah, I don't know, like, I mean, there's got to be something, right? It's not totally zero after all. I mean, in order for them to pull off quite an aggressive gameplay, I mean, everybody needs to do something. So perhaps, it was that full support. Maybe he wasn't able to get the chance to really go up against like a 1v1 situation, just like the rest of the other teammates. But again, this is just like the start of the PMNC, and so far, this is quite an indication about what's, the next to come, for the following days. I just know that it's going to be epic. It's definitely going to be a showdown coming from all the teams here. But when it comes to the throwables, this is what I don't understand. Because, like, moments ago, we've seen this number really go up, and now it goes even down. It's 189. So I do hope that we see some sort of, like, it goes as high as maybe 250 plus to 300, because that's what that's the magic number that we're looking for. As for the match ranking, 16 total points here. Coming from HAINA again, and then T2K coming in at second with 15. So this is a strong performance coming from Train to Kill, and we did say this a while ago that they were able to maintain that pace of the game. They do have that momentum right now, and we're about to get into the final round later on, Torix, and hopefully, T2K can maintain this kind of gameplay.
I really hope that too, that they can maintain this kind of a gameplay. But talking about the second chart of this match ranking, VENRC is the only team this time around that did not manage to secure a single point for themselves at this point in this match. In this match particular, the rest of the teams, look at that, RLX, LAT, they managed to secure one, RC32 2, alongside the rest of the teams, Royal Dragon, NEPX, with the 2, 3, more than threes, and all those were upwards as we go down higher into the ranking. But yeah, this was the second last match of the day number 1. There's still one more final match remaining, and that final match is going to determine how the teams is going to pace themselves from this point onward, how the teams are going to help themselves cement into the day number 1 overall ranking, ladies and gentlemen, because from this point onward, their strategies are going to be devised. The strategies will be devised for the day number 2, day number 3, day number 4 onward, and this is the building blocks that the team needs to put right now in this final match, so they can have a great start, have a really cemented start from the day number 2 onward.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I mean, this is the point where they need to start building their foundation, right? I know it's still a make or break situation for most of the teams here because, well, some of those teams, especially down at the bottom part of the overall ranking, needs to kind of exert more effort, I guess, put in the work just to make sure that they remain competitive for day number 1 of the PMNC. But we're talking about the final round here towards, and we don't exactly know what's going to happen. So we're going to look at those teams who have been performing well, who have been performing quite consistently since the beginning of day number 1. So again, we already have an idea at which of those teams are. I mean, again, they tried AEROMACY. We got T2K right now, who was able to pick up the pace. And then we've got NEPX, of course, who remained quite formidable, I can say. They're kind of bulldozers, so to speak, right? I mean, every engagement that we see them play is really strong coming from NEPX, considering that they are like a group of boys, young guns, coming from Nepal, and what they're showing us right now is just totally amazing.
They are showing us that is true. The gunpowder, the eliminations that they have managed to get, the position-wise, how they rotate and rush up on the team, it's actually commendable. I have to give it to them. I haven't seen a team like this in so far.
Right.
And I'm talking about those giants that are still cemented themselves into the thing. The new teams that are emerging, showing this exact same mentality as our already cemented teams. Oh my god, as our pro teams, it's a really refresher. It makes me wonder, right now they're doing this kind of strategies. Imagine if they perfected themselves from this point onward, how deadly of a team they can be when they reach the same level as the pros with the same experience.
I definitely agree with you. I feel like everyone is still trying to get the rhythm down. There's some sort of fluctuation in terms of like if they're going to play this passively or aggressively.
Yeah.
But one thing that I've noticed is the fact that we don't see enough drop clashes to happen, or drop clashes that are happening from Erangel to Miramar to Sandhawk. We always see a fight happen during maybe stage 3 onwards. That is it. So I guess for most of the teams here, they're pretty cautious. They don't really want to make any rush decisions as early as now. So I guess they don't want to waste any time. They don't want to waste every chance that they get to dominate day number 1 of the PMNC.
That is true. That is true. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going to take a lot of your time. We're going to take you straight into the very final match of the day. That is the Miramar match number 5. And the plane line, oh my god. The plane path is actually once again favored of the complete map, bisecting, I do believe so, the map from one corner to the other in an equal side. Oh my god. This is a beautiful... This is very, very, like, I'm amazed with this plane line. Now, Los Leon's accessible, Picado's accessible, San Martin, Hacienda, even El Pozo, El Azhar. Those areas are accessible for the teams. And on top of that, the La Cobreria area, the place where majority of the times we do see some clashes happening because it's the northern side. Teams tends to go over there to save themselves from the fights, and in fact that's where most of the fights actually occur.
You are right. I mean, we're going to look at the usual suspects, so to speak. I mean, Los Leones, we can see 3 teams at least dropping in that particular spot right there. And those areas that you've mentioned, adding Monte Nuevo, El Pozo, and La Dillera, I think that's going to be highly occupied as well. But just look at the circle, man. Come on. Okay, we've seen a fair flight path, but the initial circle,
PMGC
at least 40%. 40% water here. I mean, we don't even have enough space to begin with, so I feel like everyone will come rushing in towards the safe zone just to make sure that they get a great spot here to use to be able to get those LMs that they need.
I mean, imagine the circle goes to the water side once again, please, pretty please. But yeah, the early fights ensued. OPZ this time around is the one that's aggressing on the teams. So, Paradox, 1 elimination. Botbro, 1 elimination. Sahube, he is the guy that tanked the most damage on his team members, but Mosh is the guy that will be eliminated throughout this fight. So it's a 1 trade-off to 2 eliminations. Not a great start, I would say, for the teams, but yeah, it's a start. It's a start for the team OPZ whatsoever. The rest of the teams, you can look at the team RG, you can team HAINA, AST, 38, 27, 25 points to their name. Mystic, DRS, look at that. Last match gave a really big push to the DRS. Now they're right now sitting close to the team Mystic Esports. Even though Mystic had that chicken dinner into the first match, after that, we have not seen any kind of aggression from Mystic Esports.
Yeah, they kind of faded from glory there. And we did say this, that it's going to be a make or break a situation still from the teams, and we've seen DRS had quite an underwhelming performance during the first 2 matches. But they came back strong for us, and now they're sitting comfortably at like the 5th spot here, which is, of course, there's a highly chance that this still, of course, will still improve. But getting back to the action here, ladies and gents, Royal Dragon Esports, Master Zerdy on the screen here. He does have quite an angle. He's the one perhaps really providing the information to the rest of the teams here. We can see one of them is actually moving forward with all confidence. We got Claw. I've seen this guy really play and deliver a lot of chicken dinner for the team. So I'm looking for that aggression coming from Claw. And there you go. I mean, that was quite a shot there. I mean, it was a fast peak, and it was a fast shutdown as well.
Oh my god, oh my god. M249 with this precision? What is going on, Master Zerdy? You have named yourself Master for a reason. I salute you on that. But aside from that, Royal Dragon so far, they have 2 elimination. 1,300 meters outside of the circle, no car, no vehicles. I don't think Royal Dragon has any vehicles to their name, and this is definitely going to hurt them after a while. But you know who else does not have a vehicle? It is a Team OPZ. Right now, Paradox just running on his bare feet in this so hot of a desert map. It's definitely going to hurt him. LHC Esports, in the meanwhile, they have the cars, but 2 of the players have been eliminated. And if I remember correctly, LHC was that team that lost 2 of their players to the OPZ, and now OPZ has lost 3 of their players in a total, now down to the very last. But talking about the rest of the teams, JUTTI squad is one of like few teams that also like showed them and their dominance into the first starting maps. But now as we are progressing into the final matches and everything, the engagement is not that much. Look at that. Right now they're standing on hashtag number 12.
Yeah. But then again, you know, we're not exactly sure what the plan is, you know, for most of the teams here that we see on the screen. I mean, it's pretty obvious, you know, from for those teams who are at the top 5, it's full-on aggression from the get-go. But as for those teams moving down the list, I think that they're still trying to feel the vibe, you know? Like, this is not more of a sprint here, ladies and gents. This is more of a marathon. So I guess it's okay to not really perform well during the day number 1 of the PMNC. But I feel like going through the first broadcast of the stream here, they will have an idea, like, how to go about every situation here in the map. I'm pretty sure that some of the teams here are still not familiar with the other teams' rotation and unpredictability. I mean, that's why we love Battle Royale. It's unpredictability. And so far, you know, it has been an exciting game since the beginning of the matches here. And the teams continue to perform. You know, they're not disappointing their fans out there. Although, I do hope the teams, right down there at the bottom part section of the overall ranking, I hope there's a resurgence that will happen come day number 2.
Oh my god, day number 2 is still far away. We still have to like wait a full 24 hours for the teams to like make the new strategies and everything. So whatever they're gonna do, they're gonna have to do it in this match first of all, and they're gonna have to like make sure some points are at least been provided to them. They have to like struggle for that. They have to like try and get as much points as possible, because so far 16 out of 16 teams are alive. So this is huge. This is first thing that I would say is huge, that all the players, all the teams in fact are surviving. Not a single team has been eliminated early on like we usually see in the 3 minutes, 4 minutes marker. So that's a start. That's a very big start, I would say. Aside from that, talking about the teams, 50% of them are outside of the circle, and I solely blame it on the play zone that actually went all the way to the water area, to the eastern corner.
Yeah, it seems to me like all of the teams are trying to avoid conflict at the beginning of the beginning of every match so far. Yeah, I think they would want to focus more on like maybe going through the first few zones passively, and then maybe get the game on when the circle is really small. And just look at this circle here.
Oh, no.
Okay, it has gone back to the land, but still like 10% of water. So I feel like the moment those teams hit the edge of the circle, that's the time that we're going to witness a lot of trades happen, especially around Graveyard, La Bendita, Minas Generales. And I feel like, you know, some of the teams will not even get into the safe zone. They are not going to have that chance, since, you know, most of the teams are headed towards that direction. So I feel like they're going to have a collision some part somewhere.
Man, I was hoping for the circle to go in the water. Come on. Can I have anything But what we are having right now, guys, ladies and gentlemen, is the fight. Mystic is taking the fight. They are getting some eliminations to their name. That's first elimination to Guild. But Guilds, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Again, I don't know. I'm really sorry. Someone has to pronounce it for me to know. But yes, aside from that, nobody is in the premises. The only player that was in the premises of MTD Twisted has finally been eliminated. The rest of the teams, they are trying their level best in hopes of getting those positioning, those placements and all that. And you can see the teams that was in the close proximity a while ago, they're moving away. Team RLX so far close to the tribe AEROMACY. The situation can go either way, any way, but so far the fights are not ensuing. The fights are not happening, no matter how you look at it.
Okay, so this is the situation here. Tribe AEROMACY may go up against RLX Esports. They don't really have the advantage since we're looking at the last two players here. But for our RLX Esports, there's some sort of hesitation coming from the team. Maybe because they're down to their 3 players as well, and at this point they don't want to risk losing more members from the team here. But as for Zio and of course his teammate over here, which is Rig, they're prepared. They're prepared to go into a fight here, but they're not the one who's going to be at the offense side. They will be at the defense side, so they're definitely going to be waiting for RLX to step in and not the other way around.
This is the big thing, that right now, at this point, what we're looking at is the staleness of the Miramar. Miramar is at its very peak. No team is fighting, even though they're close to the proximity. They're not getting into those engagements and those eliminations. And because of this, I really love the fact that it will be a chaotic situation when the circle is actually going to take its shift to the stage number 3, stage number 4, because these 16 teams, they will have nowhere else to go other than to take the fight, other than to take those engagements and those fights, everything. So whatever the teams are going to do, they have to do something really fast. As the stage number 3 has ensued, it has gone to the northeastern side corner this time around. VE team JUTTI squad, they have the circle for themselves. There is the team Nadzu from the HAINA side and all the team HAINAs as they're entering the circle from the northern area. Nobody's going to be on their backstab. But look at the south side. Look at the centralized position, the Minas General areas, the eastern, the south sides. That's where the majority of the fights are actually going to happen. That's where the first fights, in fact, are going to happen. That's going to take down the full life of a complete team.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of battles that will happen around south part area of the safe zone, but you know, just like what we've witnessed in Erangel a while ago during that match, you know, there's that big mountain right there, right from the Gatcom part. But I mean, from this Miramar, there's a lot of mountain ranges that this team can capitalize on, but we're putting a stop on that one because this Esports is going berserk right now with the massive spray. But unfortunately, man, that was an accurate and effective counter coming from DRS. And the best part is they get to keep all of their members. There's a need for them to kind of pick each other up as fast as they can because there's another team that's lurking within the area and might possibly crash the compound where they're currently staying at, and of course challenge them up and not even let them lick their woods. Tribe AEROMACY is having an altercation as well in another part of Miramar. Not exactly sure, but one of them is currently knocked down on the ground. Okay, so Zai will try to pick him up in the situation. Is popping up those smokes to conceal, to try to disorient, you know, the teams that are monitoring the situation. But I do wonder how far Tribe AEROMACY survived this round. I mean, they're down to their last 2 players, and there's a team just really waiting for that right opportunity to shut them down.
I mean, no matter how we look at it, this is a typical Miramar going on, but I do know the fact that RG, as they were on the hashtag number 1 because of this overall ranking so far, it's definitely going to hurt them a lot. Not a little, but a lot to them from this point onward. But while we're talking about the fact and figurines of the teams, you can see the fact as all the players are right now cementing themselves into a safer side position. Nobody's actually over pushing, over aggressing, or anything like that sort. Yes, some teams got into the fight, some teams got eliminated like RG, OPZ, but aside from that, nothing else is happening that can actually put the teams in harm's way.
It's absolutely true. Just because we still got plenty of more space to go, so most of the teams here are killing nothing but time. It's pretty vanilla if you're going to think about it. But there's a need for the teams to be passive for now, just because, again, it's a big space. There's plenty to go around at this point in the match. But cannot say the same inside of RLX Esports as they now open fires up against this team. But not exactly hitting them, not connecting for now. So I do hope they're going to go in for a pinch here. I do hope they can maintain multiple angles, because that's the best way to go, especially in Miramar. You have to be able to maintain multiple angles here to collect a lot of points.
That is true. But if you're looking at the fact that the teams are not fighting, and this is stage number 4 that's closing in 2 minutes, you know what's coming. Everyone know what's coming. All the teams, in fact, know what's coming because of the players that are right now alive. That is a number of 50. And meaning that from the total of 64 players, only 14 players so far have been eliminated. The rest of the players, the rest of the 50 players, those 14 teams, the teams might think, okay, it's less than 14 teams, but they don't know that. We know that. We know that it's 14 teams, and that is a lot of number of the teams, meaning that no matter where you're going to go, no matter which angle you're going to take for yourself, there's always going to be a blood and chaos waiting for you. The fight is definitely waiting for you to take the action against you. But JUTTI squad right now, looking at the players on the other side, you can see the team AST versus WE finally happening. AST back to back, those eliminations are happening, occurring. 2 players on the team WE and RC, they have been eliminated, meaning the last 2 players that are of the VE and RC, they're kind of in the different angle, different position, and right now they're in front of the team RLX.
Yeah, Orpheus caught a nade, so I believe he has been sent back to the lobby here. And as for RLX and Tribe AEROMACY, it's still a standoff. Nobody is making a hard push. Nobody wants to make a mistake here. Just moments ago, we've seen a Tribe AEROMACY go up against another team, from the other side of this compound. It's definitely not coming from RLX, but amazingly, Tribe AEROMACY was able to survive that clash, and Zai was able to pick up his teammates. So we're still looking at 2 players for the side of Tribe AEROMACY. Now, moments ago, they've had quite an aggressive gameplay. They finished a couple of matches with a double-digit score, but somehow their tenacity and their overall gameplay kind of slowing down. So perhaps they're taking their time, for game number 1. RLX, man, that was such a mishap right there. VE was able to score a point quite easy, and RLX just like that down to their 2 players.
They are down to their 2 players. That is, in fact, true. But I'm not sure how to put this on with that much aggression coming on. My brain's not braining at this point that how these teams are actually going to survive. Yeah, I know it's something that they have to think, but there's going to be a lot of bloodshed. There's going to be fights everywhere that's going to happen. The kill feed is going to go haywire. VETM7, they got finished off. Anish trying with the AKM4X, tap fire to get those eliminations done on the players, but no casualties are actually been given so far. Aside from that, if we're looking at the Royal Dragons, they are also close to the proximity of the 4 death machines. 4 death machines have a really decent location, against the Team Royal Dragons if and only if they know the location of the Royal Dragons, which they have been given out by the Royal Dragons themselves. There we go. Mystic, Caesar getting Xerox, JUTTI down, getting a confirmation on the guy, but there we go. What we were talking about, Royal Dragon, 4 death machines, the fight is finally happening. The shots are going around the premises. The damage is being dealt. But the main question still remains, who's going to survive, who's going to thrive out of this area and get into a safer side zone.
You know, every time we mention 4 death machines, I feel like we're talking about a rock band. You know, like a metal rock band. But anyway, 4 death machines, previously they did great. You know, that was a kind of performance coming from 4 death machines. And now they continue to do so. I mean, we're at stage 5 of Miramar here, and we're still looking at 12 teams remaining. So I'm pretty sure the circle will be crowded eventually. And coming off the kill feed here, it's LD versus V this time, and oh my goodness, another team was taken out of the equation, which brings us down to just 11 teams remaining here for stage number 5 here in Miramar. And now there's another fight happening, another conflict that needs to be settled around the edge of the circle here at Minas Generales. Royal Dragon Esports continues to try to defend their third spot here, but for how long? That is the really question. As for RC, men, it's a lot of pressure coming from that side because they're still at the outskirts, right? It's going to be hard for them to step inside the safe zone just because there's a lot of teams who would like to score some points and who would like to do some sort of gatekeeping situation, which is, of course, perfect right now in this critical moment.
This is the critical moment that we are all waiting for. Let me tell you that from this point onward, everyone, and I mean everyone, is going to take those fights. Everyone's going to go for those engagements and action on top of that. Royal Dragon Frag tried to take down the 4 death machines of player, but we're not able to. Oh my god. Not only that, that the player manages to save his teammates. Will he be able to do that? This is the big question. RC32 on the other side, you can see him getting those eliminations on towards the players for death machines. Aditya, so far, he's smoking the premises. He may want to go and loot the crates up. He's trying to maybe do that. I don't know, but he shouldn't. He shouldn't. The main question is that he shouldn't be doing that at this point. Royal Dragon Esports, Master Zerdy in the shack, waiting for the opportunity or just the survival. 5 seconds before the circle closes in. Once again, the circle is going to take a hard shift for the players. And this is not the time for these teams to hold their premises. This is the time to take those fights, take those action against everyone from this point onward. Nadzu from the HAINA Esports take down one of the players from the team Mystic. Mystic has lost two of their players, and down to the very last guy that they are. He might get rammed down by the car, but no, it is not a car rammed down. It is the S12K that's going to take his life, and it's over. MD Twisted 4, they're out of the match, and we are down to the top 10 teams.
I mean, the circle is already small, of course, but the fact of the matter is we're still looking at 10 teams remaining, so this is probably, or that, make that 9, okay, I spoke too soon, but, yeah, I mean, this is probably one of the things that makes Miramar very exciting is the fact that, you know, we don't have that much cover, it's an open space, and, I guess, you know, it gets crucial for most of the teams here if they do not even have like a very good position to begin with, and that's when the action definitely will start to happen. Looking at the 9 teams remaining here, HAINA Esports bagging 7 elimination points. They are like by far have the strongest performance between the remaining teams here. I mean, AEROMACY, they do have 3, DRS, they have 4. But I feel like HAINA is in the right track here. But as for DRS, they are in the middle of the map, which is kind of hard just because, well, there's a lot of teams potentially looking at the same direction. So it could be hard also to maintain. But at the same time, DRS has the biggest chance to score a lot of points here.
Oh my god, they do have the biggest chance of scoring the most points at this point. But 24 players and 9 total teams, 23 minutes into the game. All the players are right now waiting for the right opportunity, right moment to like aggress upon these guys on these players. 4 death machines throwing grenades against HAINA. HAINA throwing grenades against 4 death machines. And it's going back and forth. It's going back and forth at this point. The situation might be a little bit on the harder side for some of the players, some of the teams. But what we can see so far is the fact that the players are surviving. The players are staying into a safer side for some reason, for one reason or another. And I don't know for how long this is going to go on, because Mafia Punk got finished off by PD Sama at this point. But PD Sama, I don't even know where he came from. The team does not even know where he came from. They were just there 1 second, and the next moment, they were gone. It was instantly gone from this point onward. But going right now, 23, 9 total teams. One thing to be for sure is the fact of how these players are going to go forward, how these players are going to try to do something good for themselves. This is the opportunity that the team has to seize. This is something that the team has to make sure that they seize it up no matter what they do. And no matter what they're doing, it is at any point they can be taken away. This opportunity for the chicken dinner, it can be taken away. So what I'm seeing is the top 9 at this point, and 25 minutes of mid-on-mod. With 25 minutes and 9 total teams surviving, this is absolutely insane. This is actually a chaos that's ensuing. There we go. Another team got eliminated. We're in the top 8. HAINA Esports, they're still alive. And because of this match, they might be able to secure the number 1 position for themselves because of the eliminations that they have so far for themselves. Natsu is there. There's the SHREEPECH versus HAINA Esports. HAINA down to the very last guy. That is Natsu. Natsu, you need to do something from this point onward. You need to get something connected. You need to have a decent position. But Lodex Nexus, he's trying to get some connections done, and there we go. There we go. The player is down, the thing is done, and right with this, another team is gone. Another team, another player once again is gone. It is back-to-back those eliminations. We are down to the top 5, ladies and gentlemen. And with this top 5, something needs to be done by all these players. Because if they don't do anything from this point onward, oh my god, it's going to be a bad start. End for them.
I feel like DRS is in the best spot here to accumulate a lot of points, to be honest. They're down right there in the middle. Smack down there in the middle. And everyone that they need to eliminate is right up in front of them. So the big question is, if there's another team that can get close enough to actually flush them out to where they're currently staying at. But at this point in the match here, Torres, all the rest of the situation and play their cards right, to be patient, because again, everyone is headed towards the same direction where DRS is actually staying at. So I feel like if DRS could play their cards right, they already have the chicken in the bag here. I mean, we're talking about 40% right there for DRS of getting the winner chicken dinners. So I feel like all they need to do is just wait for their enemies to step in the line of sight.
Oh, that is actually so true at this point. They just need to wait it out. They just need to make sure that they hold the position, they hold the premises, and try to cement themselves into the ground as much as they can. SHREEPECH Esports, 4DM, DRS, these are the 3 names that are right now alive, and they're the only hope that are right now surviving from this point onward. There is not a lot of opportunities. DRS, yes, you have the opportunity, most opportunity to get that chicken dinner because of the man advantage that you have. But still, the other teams have the same advantage as well. They have the 3-man still. So it can be a 3 versus 4 against you, in which they can win.
Yeah, this is already the critical point that we are talking about. I mean, this is the last round. So we're looking at this final three teams and which of them are gonna score the chicken dinner. It's about time. It's been a long time coming for DRS to score a WWC, and so far all they have to just really maintain this spot. And I think they can do that because we're down to the final two teams remaining here. Okay, I think this is a fair fight. Not exactly fair because DRS, they're holding on to a compound here, so they're safe. They are surrounded by which of course will protect them from any bullets headed towards their direction. But SPE right now, they need to establish good communications here on how they're gonna approach this very compound where DRS is actually staying at. But at this point, Torx, I feel like they're already at a disadvantage. And DRS, this is going to be a 4v2 situation. So again, DRS pretty much has this in the bag.
They pretty much do. They actually pretty much do. They have it in the back. And there we have it. There we have it. DRS, the winner, chicken dinner takers. Amazing job done into the final match of the game. And with this, they have a really amazing end to start of the game. They managed to secure at least a single chicken dinner for themselves at the very least at the on the day number 1. But now, from this point onward, what we have to know is the fact that what the team standings are, how the teams are holding themselves up from this point onward. Because if they're not like having a really good positioning points or the elimination points, it might be a difficult situation for them into the next phases, the day number 2, the day number 3 that might occur from this point onward.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And now looking at the highlights here, OPZ. Okay, what can we say about this team? I mean, day 1 of the PMNC is definitely not their game. During the first 2 matches, they're the first team to be taken out of the equation. Yes, there have been some improvements, but considering the last fight or the last performance we've seen so far coming from OPZ, obviously they will have to go back to the drawing board, talk about what went wrong in every situation that they've come across with, and change their overall gameplay. There needs to be some sort of alteration in their overall tactics.
That is actually true. They need to change their tactics and everything from this point onward. This is something that they have to make sure that they're doing to the absolute most best thing. And from this point onward, something needs to be done by these guys. And the day 1 is over. The main concerning thing is that the day 1 is over for these teams. What they're gonna do from tomorrow onward is going to determine how they're gonna cement themselves into the overall ranking. But here we have DRS, QYT, XMPL, Delta, Giante, 4, 3, 3, 2 elimination. That's 12. Meaning that is 12 to 22. 22 total points in a single match.
Exactly. Oh man, this was a killer performance coming from DRS. And speaking of killer, well, the MVP of the match is none other than Killer YTT. And just look at that.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. We have the MVP of the match with the 41% of the headshot, 58% of the body eliminations. Okay, the body shots, the 4 eliminations is the total right now. Going to the match summary, it is 58 elimination, 9,373 damage, 56 knockouts, 213 throwables used, 2 airdrops, 10 headshots. And with the 15 revival, 386 meters of a distance, we have... Oh my god, I choked on that for a second. 386 meters is a big distance in Miramar. But we have RGX Mamba 15 as our longest elimination distance. player that did the longest elimination whatsoever. But yeah, this was a stat for the match summary. Going to the match ranking, it is DRS 22 points. Then we have SHREEPECH with 11, for Death Machines 10. Then we have 9 points for HAINA Esports, NEXUS with 7, LHC with 6, 4 for RC, 4 for JUTTI squad. And that is the end for the page number 1. Page number 1 starts from 22 points all the way down to the 4 points. The diversion is so much right here at this point. And right with this, the second page will determine the 0 points. But oh my god, VEE2S TM7 is the only team with 0 points. Queen, this is huge. Look at the points. Even in the final
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, VE is also one of those teams who kind of had quite an explosive gameplay, at least during the first 2 matches as well. So don't exactly know what is happening, but the good thing about
oh my god. Yeah, we lost Queen again, but yeah, I'm here for you guys. Don't worry about it, guys. NEPX 46 points after the day number 1. An amazing end to an amazing start done by those guys. And right with this, we're talking about the rest of the teams. Look at the DRS: 43, 39 for Royal GurKHAS, HAINA Esports 36, 28 for AEROMACY, T2K 27, 26 for NEXUS, for Death Machines 26, 25 for the MD Twisted 4, RC 32, 21. Then we have E2 STM7 with 20 points, SHREEPECH with 19, Killer of Mountains 17, RLX 16, Royal Dragons 15, alongside of JUTTI squad, VE and RC with the 15 points, in fact 11 points, OPZ with 8, 7 for LHC, and 7 for Syndicate as well. This was our overall ranking that actually occurred to us into the matches today, that happened today in today's matches. Going to the best performers, it is Mukesh, Domain, Theo, and Aditya as well. And Queen, if you're listening to me, if you're here, please say something, because the way these players have played, it's so amazing.
Can you hear me now? Oh my goodness. I feel like I'm coming from the other side,
yes,
you know?
I can hear
but
you.
I'm here for you. I got you. But yeah, top performers, I feel like this is going to be the same names that we are going to expect, you know, for the next days to come.
Yes.
I'm pretty amazed at the fact that we've seen quite a number of teams really perform great for day number 1. And just like what I was talking about a while ago, I don't know if you guys caught it, but yeah, I feel like I've been getting cut off, you know, I'm sorry for that one. But yeah, I do expect like those teams, especially down there at the bottom of the overall rankings, to have some sort of resurgence coming for day number 2 of the PMNC. Again, this is not just fun and games after all. This is more of a serious note. Mistakes, they don't have any place here in the official tournaments, right? Everything needs to be ironed out. Everything needs to be polished. Because if it's not polished, then you will give the chance to the other teams to dominate the PMNC. And so far, we already know, right? I mean, it's shaping up to be like those top 5 teams that we see coming back strong over and over and over again. I believe if they continue on at that kind of pace, man, they're the same teams that we're going to see at the grand finals.
That might be very true from this point onward. If the team stays with the same momentum that they have done in the first day today, we might see only these teams going into the finals. But yeah, this is the name of the game. This is the PUBG. At any point in time, at any time, anything can happen. But yes, this is the day number 1 completely concluded. We still have tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that as well. So make sure you guys tune in for that. And if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you do that right now to get notified.
Yes.
Notified for the live streams that is occurring, that will occur. So do that, and we will see you tomorrow. Until then, have a very amazing night, ladies and gentlemen. Have an amazing, great night. Take care of yourself. Take care.
Let it. Let it. Let it. Let it.
Great news! The Selection Lucky Spin has been completely reworked. Pick your own rewards. Enjoy massive discounts. Select total draw rewards. Increase your chances of drawing your desired items. Come take a look. Tap here and choose Selection Lucky Spin to go to the event page. This Lucky Spin event introduces a completely new draw experience. Choose items according to your preferences. To form your own prize pool. After making your selection, you get a discounted 10 draw that's only valid during the event. The draw costs only 300 UC. Furthermore, first daily single draws during the event cost only 10 UC. It's a super sweet deal. As you continue drawing, you'll get total draw crates. Different quality total draw crates require drawing different amounts. Reach a certain number of draws to get the corresponding total draw crate. The higher the crate's quality, the more valuable its rewards. Get tons of material rewards with a single 10 draw. Most importantly, when opening crates, priority is given to items you don't already own, so you don't need to worry about getting something you've already drawn. Just have fun drawing rewards. It's super easy to get your desired items. Doesn't that sound amazing? What are you waiting for? Event period, April 18th, 2025 through May 15th, 2025. Join the Selection Lucky Spin event now.
Rondo is here. Are you overwhelmed by all it has to offer? In this video, we'll be going over one of its unique features. Rondo is much larger compared to other maps, and it has features that other maps don't have. For example, in Erangel, throwing a frag grenade won't destroy the terrain, yet in Rondo, doing the same thing blasts a hole in the ground. Other than frag grenades, you can also destroy terrain with pickaxes and vehicle explosions. They each shape the terrain at different speeds. Frag grenades are the quickest. Just toss it and let it explode. Vehicle explosions are next, which also leave behind wreckage that provides cover. Pickaxes are slowest. It takes a lot of swings to dig a pit. All three methods let you create a temporary shelter to hide in, which gives you a greater chance at survival. When you're in trouble, you can rest at the cover you created. Note that in Rondo, only the ground can be terraformed. Buildings, water, and cement are indestructible. During combat, you can create a hiding space for yourself and wait for enemies to come close to catch them unawares. If you're in an open area with minimal cover, try using a smoke grenade first to obstruct your enemy's vision. Then create a temporary shelter in the ground with a frag grenade before attacking.